This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up. Yeah, howdy. It's Friday, January 3rd. Stories we're following today. Laramie County prosecutor sees no wrongdoing when cops gunned down a man last March who had taken his wife hostage and fired shots at law enforcement. U.S. Senator John Barrasso's silence on Liz Cheney ends. A potential pardon? An award from Biden? She doesn't deserve either, Barrasso said. Wyoming Highway Patrol are catching more and more truckers with fake documents, including do-it-yourself license plate printing. AARP says Chuck Gray's plan for photo IDs would prevent some seniors from voting. And meet the herd of goats. Is it herd or a pod or a... Yeah. A herd of goats that makes short work of discarded Christmas trees. 2025 starts off with a borealis bang, and it's mule deer versus whitetail to the death, locked in mortal combat.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, January 3rd. I'm Riley Strand, in for Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom. Brought to you by the Cowboy State Daily Radio Show with Jake. Listen every morning from 6 to 10 a.m. on CowboyStateDaily.com. And soon will be broadcast on your local radio station. Laramie County's top prosecutor said Thursday she won't pursue charges against the Cheyenne Police Department officers who shot and killed a man who took his wife hostage. In March 2024, 47-year-old Patrick Flores reportedly fired at Cheyenne police officers during a tense standoff. The officers fired back, fatally wounding Flores. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that upon reviewing the investigation into the police, the Laramie County District Attorney deemed the officers' response fitting.
On Tuesday, they released their report of this incident stemming back to last March. To me, it's exhaustive. They interviewed neighbors. They interviewed the wife and the cops, the landlady, everyone. What stood out to me the most is that the wife who was taken hostage describes just before police show up, her husband has her pinned on the bed and he fires next to her head and the bullet goes into the mattress, and she said the black stuff covered me and I smelled it and I heard it. And then in the next breath she says that more than that, she was heartbroken.
During an investigation interview, the man's wife said she believed if the police hadn't arrived, he would have killed her that night. President Joe Biden gave Liz Cheney the Presidential Citizens Medal on Thursday, the second highest civilian honor, sparking criticism from Wyoming Republicans, including Senator John Barrasso, who said she didn't deserve the award. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports Barrasso's comments are significant since he had stayed relatively neutral on Cheney since she started speaking out against Trump. Until now.
He kind of kept a neutral stance there for about 4 years now, just kind of not really commenting in any direction on anything she did until now. He called her divisive and not a true representation of Wyoming. He believed that either Biden was going to pardon her or he was going to give her an award, as he did on Thursday. Cheney has pretty much gone the opposite direction of Barrasso, kind of opposing Trump and kind of moving away from the main support of the Republican Party and Wyoming voters, while Barrasso has really moved towards Trump.
Biden awarded Cheney for her role as the vice chair of the U.S. House Select Committee on the January 6th attack. Photographer Dave Bell of Pinedale, Wyoming, captured the stunning reds and greens of a rare New Year's Eve aurora over the Cowboy State. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that this might be a sign that 2025 could be even better than last year for auroras.
2024 was a stellar year for auroras in Wyoming, and that's because the sun reached its solar maximum when it has the most amount of sunspots on the surface, which generate these coronal mass ejections, which manifests as auroras in the northern and southern hemisphere. So not only could that mean that 2025 could be just as good as 2024 in terms of seeing auroras in the night skies of Wyoming, it could actually be better. There's a good possibility that we're going to have another terrific year of auroras in the night skies of Wyoming as we get into 2025.
Auroras can last from a few minutes to several hours. The intensity depends on many factors, including the strength of the coronal mass ejection and one's distance from the North Pole. Requiring photo identification to vote in Wyoming could alienate a large number of the state's older voters who don't drive or have state-issued IDs. That's according to the Wyoming AARP. That could happen under legislation Secretary of State Chuck Gray is advocating for that would require photo identification for all voters. Gray is pushing for the legislation as part of his larger efforts to tighten voting requirements and help prevent non-residents and undocumented people from voting in Wyoming elections.
Currently, there is a few forms of ID, like Medicaid and Medicare cards, that are accepted as a form of identification of voting that don't have a photo that come with them. Gray finds this very disturbing, and he wants to take care of it as an effort to basically try to weed out voter impersonation. Wyoming AARP, however, pointed out that many senior citizens don't have a form of ID because it's been many years since they've driven a vehicle.
A University of Wyoming poll conducted this summer revealed that 92% of residents are satisfied with Wyoming's current voter ID laws. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
There's a little break in the weather across Wyoming today. The constant series of Pacific fronts that have brought frequent snow to Wyoming's mountains and a few snow showers to the plains. Well, there's a little bit of high pressure coming in, but it's temporary. As early as late tonight and tomorrow morning, snow showers will return to Wyoming's western mountains and valleys. And then Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, and Sunday morning, both the mountains and parts of the plains will see snow. Is this a big storm? No. But there will be enough snow late Saturday, overnight Saturday, and the Sunday morning that roads and highways and mountain passes statewide could be affected by some slick conditions. And also expect temperatures to be trending colder, especially by Sunday and into the early parts of next week.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
Open enrollment is here. Discover a range of low-cost plans from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Shop now to find the best option for you. Online, in town, in touch, we're right around the corner. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. What's your plan?
A video recently filmed in South Dakota of a mule deer and whitetail buck that fought until they fell over in complete exhaustion encapsulates a region-wide conflict between the species. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that in the bigger picture, whitetails seem to be winning the war.
I talked to Ogden Driscoll. They have that family ranch that's right up against Devil's Tower, and that is really kind of ground zero where we're seeing the clash and the competition between whitetail deer and mule deer. He says, yeah, it's really pretty darn rare for the bucks to clash like that, but the two species do fiercely compete, and it's almost always the mule deer that come out on the losing end. Whitetail are smaller, but they're more aggressive and they're more adaptable.
People reportedly separated the two deer who stumbled away. It's unclear if the animals survived the blowout. Last weekend, Wyoming police caught two men bringing vehicles through the state with fake license plates. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the two men involved each face one felony count of bearing false vehicle titles, which is punishable by up to 2 years in prison and $5,000 in fines.
It could mean a variety of things. It could mean my temp tag's expired, I want to get by a little longer. It could mean I'm smuggling vehicles. It could mean anything that we don't yet know. But as it is just the blunt allegation of this is a false title, Indiana doesn't recognize this title, that in itself, regardless of what the reason for having a false title allegedly, is charged as a felony.
According to court documents, police think the two cases are connected and that a mobile printer is being used to print out false license plates on the road. And that's today's news. For a deeper dive into the people and issues that affect Wyoming, check out The Roundup, conversations with the most interesting people in the Cowboy State. This week, host Wendy Core has a conversation with Dr. Hudson Freeze, whose scientific studies in the 1960s at Yellowstone National Park's thermal pools revolutionized biomedical research. You can find the link on our website, on our YouTube channel, and wherever you get your podcasts. And of course, you'll find it in our free daily email newsletter. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Riley Strand for Cowboy State Daily.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none. Yeah. Let's get right to it. 6:12 this morning on a finally Friday, the first Friday of 2025. I don't know, I'm just counting them. Your morning sunset, your morning sunrise. If the sun sets in the morning, we got a problem. 2025 is all topsy-turvy. The sun is setting in the morning. No. Looks like this. Captured by Tony Kreckler. Weston County looking toward the South Dakota border. Beautiful. What a sunrise. In the east. This was captured on January 1st. Thank you, Tony. Let's get you your day weather forecast for today. And kind of a mixed bag of stuff. Mostly cloudy and breezy in Casper. Highs approaching 40. Lander, you'll be about 36. Partly sunny. Evanston, partly sunny. Highs 42. Rock Springs, same. Western Wyoming and Pinedale, cloudy, right at the freezing mark for a high today, and you might have a chance of seeing some snow flurries. Chance of snow and afternoon this morning as well, otherwise partly sunny, 35. DuBois, slight chance of snow in the early morning. Sunny, breezy in the afternoon, highs 43. Jackson, chance of snow in the morning, otherwise 36, mostly cloudy. Thermopolis, partly sunny, 33 today. Cody, slight chance of snow in the morning, otherwise partly sunny, 32. Powell, you'll top out about 31, mostly cloudy today. In north central Wyoming, Buffalo, partly sunny, highs 28. Winter storm watch still in effect in Sheridan up until 11 o'clock. Starting at 11 o'clock tonight, until Sunday evening. So over the weekend, Sheridan, you're going to get some stuff, snow. Gillette, chance of snow flurries, patchy fog after 4, 28 the high. Newcastle, 28 as well. Torrington becoming mostly sunny today with highs in the upper 30s. Lusk, you'll be 30 today. Mostly cloudy skies. Cheyenne, partly sunny. Highs approaching 50 today in Cheyenne. Laramie, partly sunny with highs in the upper 40s. Rawlins, partly sunny, breezy, 41, 45 in Saratoga. Under mostly cloudy skies. 50 degrees in Cheyenne. Are you kidding? I'll take that. Currently looking at the weather map, 33 in Afton, Wyoming. 20 in Glenrock. We share this with you. And my map is not complying. Yeah, that looks better. 17 degrees in Wright. Laramie, 35 right now. And up there in Sheridan, we don't see the snow yet, but it's going to be a snowy weekend for you. Right now, the only real snow disturbance is in the northwest corner of the state, Yellowstone National Park. Jackson, it's coming for you, Cody and Powell and Lovell. And then another disturbance, as you can see, in central Wyoming, right around Casper, is probably getting a little bit of kind of a snow-rain mix. Laramie, Cheyenne, you might see possible flurries, but then otherwise a nice warm-up today. Travel conditions, not too bad. Blowover risk down around Cheyenne, Laramie area. Otherwise, I-80 showing pretty good, especially as you travel into the southwest corner of the state. In the far west mountainous region, Alpine, Jackson, Pinedale, LaBarge, all the way down Star Valley, really, you're seeing snowy roads, slick, black ice advisory in some places. And that's really the only travel trouble we see across the state this morning. It's a Friday, so Greg Johnson, our managing editor, does not join us on Fridays. He is inundated with a lot of stuff today, so we'll dig right into our top story here. Laramie County prosecutor has declined to prosecute the Cheyenne Police Department officers who shot and killed a man during an incident dating back to March of 2024, March 8th. Patrick Flores, 47-year-old, tense hostage situation, standoff, officers responding to domestic violence, domestic hostage situation. Laramie County District Attorney Sylvia Hackle reviewed DCI's gathered evidence, declined to press any charges against the police officers with crimes. For me, when you point guns at, let's say, your wife, when you point guns at officers, you've surrendered all your rights. You've surrendered. You surrendered everything. You're lucky if they tase you, and chances are it's going to be something a little more toxic than that. You don't wave guns at police, period, in this country. You take your gun and you threaten your wife. You're going to die tonight, bitch. That's the words used by, you're going to die tonight, B. You're going to die tonight, Flores told the wife. Cops arrive. He doesn't comply. Fires the gun very near his wife's head. And, down he goes. The wife screamed, he's going to kill me. What more do you need? Suspect down. Suspect dead, and the greatest resolution from this, no officers injured in the incident. Flores kept brandishing his weapon, pointing it at his hostage and at police officers, according to the investigation. Laramie County District Attorney Sylvia Hackle said, I don't see anything here why we would press charges against the Cheyenne PD. They did all they could. Body cam videos, that's in the story. Disturbing to watch if you want to do that. Clara McFarland has more about the story as she spoke to our own Riley Strand.
Laramie County's top prosecutor said Thursday she won't pursue charges against the Cheyenne Police Department officers who shot and killed a man who took his wife hostage. In March 2024, 47-year-old Patrick Flores reportedly fired at Cheyenne police officers during a tense standoff. The officers fired back, fatally wounding Flores. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that upon reviewing the investigation into the police, the Laramie County District Attorney deemed the officers' response fitting.
On Tuesday, they released their report of this incident stemming back to last March. To me, it's exhaustive. They interviewed neighbors, they interviewed the wife and the cops, the landlady, everyone. What stood out to me the most is that the wife who was taken hostage describes just before police show up, her husband has her pinned on the bed and he fires next to her head and the bullet goes into the mattress. And she said, the black stuff covered me and I smelled it and I heard it. And then in the next breath, she says that more than that, she was heartbroken.
During an investigation interview, the man's wife said she believed if the police hadn't arrived, he would have killed her that night.
Yeah, it's just a sad situation, and thankfully no officers hurt. The wife is okay, although, I mean, these are not the Rotary Club upstanding citizens, really. Flores and his wife had been married since 2021. He was chaotic and, quote, on the run from a warrant. He was a chronic drug user. The wife told investigators they had relationship problems going back. She confronted him over one recent incident where he was found with women's clothing that she thought belonged to another woman. It was an embarrassing moment because Flores said the clothes were his own. And he was so embarrassed he gave his wife a black eye for that incident. She also struggles with addiction. She may have dropped acid that night, or the Flores that may have dropped acid, the woman said. Her husband had been drinking all that day. These are the things that happen when you're both substance abusers and you have a rocky relationship. This is how it often ends if you don't seek help, with cops shooting at you. It's too bad. Let's go to a lighter story. It's our top story of the day from Claire McFarland, of course. Later, next hour, Don Day, we're going to talk about avalanche and avalanche hazards, the forecast. I know avalanche forecast in the Wasatch Front is really high down there in Utah. They've gotten a lot of heavy snow, a lot of big snow load in a short amount of time. Plus, it's sitting on some old crust, and Don Day will explain what it is that causes conditions to be more avalanche prone than or less avalanche prone. We'll talk about the different types of snow and how it falls and how it lays on the mountains that may indicate whether there's more or less of an avalanche, chance of avalanche. There's in the mountains here in Teton County, there's the Bridger Teton National Forest Avalanche Center. And it's a pretty good website where you can gather info regarding that kind of stuff. Everybody's got the flu now, I guess. I'm pretty sure I had the flu. I don't know if it was the flu. I don't know if it was a really bad cold. I don't know if it was COVID. I don't know if it was RSV. I don't know if it was the norovirus. There's a lot of things it could have been. It could have been a cocktail of all four. In fact, some states are mandating masks again, according to this one story I'm reading, and it's due to a quademic. I mean, it's something we have to be worried about, like, every year. It's as if there are a certain group of journalists just sitting around wondering, how can we scare the American public next? What kind of story can we write? You know, they're done with the COVID thing. They're numbed by any story involving COVID. So that won't work. What kind of clickbait stuff can we put up that'll scare the American public? And they invented something called RSV. Well, they didn't invent it. I guess it's been around, but... And everybody had RSV. Well, what the heck's that? I better get a mask on. I might get that RSV. And now, after apparently completely exhausting anything that could frighten you over illness, journalists have done it yet again. This headline, some states move to mask mandates due to quademic. The quademic. Oh, boy. Well, I'm scared of that. What is it? It's a combination of any of the following: flu, COVID, norovirus, or RSV. They're all running rampant. According to the latest flu map, let's take a look at this. It happened over the holidays. I was sick over the holidays. A lot of people are. You're gathering, you're traveling. Apparently, according to this story, all our immune systems are low and malfunctioning due to the fact that during COVID, we all got shot up with the boosters and we stayed inside and our bodies forgot how to fight anything. This is in the story. This is not me saying that. Dr. Todd Rice, professor of medicine in Tennessee, says being indoors can increase the spread of viruses. Yes. Data shows RSV's on the rise, flu's on the rise, cold, COVID, everything. 8 states with very high levels of flu are Louisiana, Washington, Tennessee, Alabama, California, Idaho. That's too close to Wyoming. New Mexico and Mississippi, all seeing big spikes. I'm looking at the map, and it looks like, yeah, Idaho's bad. And according to this map, let me share this with you. According to the map, everybody in Oregon's already dead of something. Although they're not mentioned in the text as being a very high. I just read you the 8 states that are very high: Louisiana, Washington, Tennessee. Yeah, but the map shows. I'll share it with you right here. There's the map I'm looking at. Red means pretty high. Red means high, and as red turns sort of purplish, that means very high. And that's Oregon, is it not? Above California, below Washington, that's Oregon. Showing like blue, showing the very high, showing everybody's already died. Anyone you know in Oregon is dead. If not, please get in touch with me. 307-999-8255, 307-999-TALK. Send me a text if you're from Oregon. Let me know you're still alive, because according to this map, the whole state's overrun. Wyoming's looking okay. Montana's bulletproof, as usual. There's just nobody in Wyoming and Montana to get sick. We don't run into each other near enough in Montana and Wyoming to get sick. Who's going to get you sick? I go entire 24, 48-hour periods where I do not see another person. I do not interact physically, personally with any other person for, 2-3 days sometimes. I work from home. I am in COVID lockdown now. Basically, that's my whole life. Although tonight I do have to go announce a hockey game, so I will have to run into people that will no doubt be sick. And if I hear anyone has spent time in Oregon, I'll leave vapor trails leaving there. But that's, all right, am I done sharing done sharing the thing. But yeah, it's the quademic we have to be worried about. A quadruple whammy of viruses that are hitting U.S. citizens as millions go back to work after the holidays. And while we were gathering with family, flying and breathing stale, recycled cabin air, we all either caught the flu, COVID, RSV, a cold, or all four. And that's got mask. They say it's got mask mandates coming back, but I don't see what states are doing that. Officials in New York City urging people to wear face masks in public transport. Hospitals in parts of California, Illinois, Indiana, and New Jersey have also brought back masks for hospital staff. Okay. Yeah, it's just the new world, right? The new world created by not necessarily viruses or medicine, created by journalists, basically, who've run out of ways to scare everybody. Now it's the quademic that's going to get you. Other stories in the Cowboys Day Daily include these. We told you about the top story of prosecutors cleared Cheyenne cops during that standoff. There's also U.S. Senator John Barrasso, who has been a guest of the show. So happy to have him going back a couple weeks ago. Barrasso, despite being like BFFs with Trump, he is very much in the Trump camp, including like hanging out at McDonald's with him. Remember when Trump was campaigning? Barrasso wasn't on a campaign trail of his own because he had Wyoming pretty much locked up. So he had a lot of free time during the campaign. I mean, he had his people post social media ads. He spent a little money, but I mean, basically, after you win the primary and you're a Republican like John Barrasso, you are Superman when election day comes. So, yeah, Barrasso had a lot of free time, so he was like hanging out with Trump, helping him campaign. And Barrasso has had some ties with Pennsylvania, so the stories from PA, one of the battleground states, was Trump and Barrasso were hanging out at McDonald's. Barrasso was eating, Trump was working at the window. Was Trump working the fryer or something for like 5 minutes? I remember that story. But John Barrasso was like in real tight with President-elect Trump. Or not was, he still is. Those two are close, I think. And so it's surprising that Barrasso had not, till now, made any kind of public comment, really, about Liz Cheney, because Liz Cheney is public enemy number one in the Trump camp. I mean, you'd have to think Donald Trump has Liz Cheney's photo up on the wall with a big target around it. Yet one of his best friends, U.S. Senator John Barrasso from Wyoming, had not really joined President-elect Trump with the throwing shade at Cheney and the hate rhetoric. He had been kind of quiet about it for whatever reason, but that ended recently. This story from Leo Wolfson says that's all changed. Throughout the former Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney's fall from grace, the Republican Party, Wyoming voters, President-elect Donald Trump, they all took a shot at Liz Cheney, calling her turncoat, calling her rhino, calling her a lot of bad names. Barrasso had remained fairly quiet until yesterday. He told the Cowboys Day Daily he doesn't believe Cheney deserves the Presidential Citizens Medal that Joe Biden is awarding her. I don't know what that is specifically. We're all kind of waiting to see whether Biden would pardon Liz Cheney preemptively, pardon her, I don't know the correct term, but pardon her ahead of time for things she may do wrong or things that Trump might dig up. The pardon, there's no pardon in particular, but President Joe Biden did award Liz Cheney with a Presidential Citizens Medal. And that didn't sit well with John Barrasso. Barrasso said yesterday, told our own Leo Wilson, President Biden was either going to pardon Liz Cheney or give her an award. She doesn't deserve either. She represents partisanship and divisiveness, not Wyoming. The words of John Barrasso. Let me share this story. This is Leo Wilson and Riley Strand talking about that story about John Barrasso and his comments on Liz Cheney, that for 4 years, really, he's not taken any opportunity to be negative, but he did yesterday.
President Joe Biden gave Liz Cheney the Presidential Citizens Medal on Thursday, the second highest civilian honor, sparking criticism from Wyoming Republicans, including Senator John Barrasso, who said she didn't deserve the award. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports Barrasso's comments are significant since he had stayed relatively neutral on Cheney since she started speaking out against Trump. Until now.
He kind of kept a neutral stance there for about 4 years now, just kind of not really commenting in any direction on anything she did until now. He called her divisive and not a true representation of Wyoming. He believed that either Biden was going to pardon her or he was going to give her an award, as he did on Thursday. Cheney has pretty much gone the opposite direction of Barrasso, kind of opposing Trump and kind of moving away from the main support of the Republican Party and Wyoming voters, while Barrasso has really moved towards Trump.
Biden awarded Cheney for her role as the vice chair of the U.S. House Select Committee on the January 6th attack.
Yeah, thank you, Leo. Thank you, Riley. Leo Wilson will be on the show later today in the 9 o'clock hour, and we'll talk more about his stories and about the Barrasso comments on Liz Cheney. But at this point, I mean, I can't think of anybody who's friends with Cheney other than Joe Biden and her dad, Dick Cheney. I think she's down to a real short Christmas list. All right, there's a story about cops shooting, a cop shootout, and politics. So real heavy. I need something to lighten up the atmosphere. And maybe that'll be sharing some photos of Rod Miller. We had Rod on yesterday. Did you see the story? Did you watch the video of Rod Miller taking part in a public service announcement that basically helped out the Laramie County Sheriff's Office in spreading the message that it's not okay to drink and drive, obviously, and people's perception of their driving skills, your assessment, your self-assessment of driving skills after a few drinks, after a lot of drinks, is often inaccurate. And it's the reason some of us choose to get behind the wheel. We think we're okay. We think, well, I just got to get a couple of blocks. I got to just a mile across town. I feel fine, sort of. And, yeah, it was a good indication watching Rod Miller down Wyoming whiskey shot after shot that you might be talking the talk, but you're not walking the walk. Oh, boy. So it was a fun video I want to share. And Rod Miller was on that Husqvarna riding mower. That's what they tested him with. And they set up an obstacle course. And they had him drive when he was sober. He did pretty good. And then, 5, 6, 8 shots later, they had him drive the course, and he hit just about every cone they put up there. He was sloppy. And then, of course, Rod Miller, being on the lawnmower, took the opportunity to rent himself out to citizens to mow their lawn. Here's one job that he did. This is Rod Miller's mowing the lawn. Yee-haw! Sharing this phone. That's what happens when you hire a guy 8 shots into the Wyoming whiskey to mow your lawn. Yeah. It's pretty bad. No, that's all fake. That's for entertainment's sake. Rod Miller did not mow any lawns. This guy might have been as drunk as Rod Miller, allegedly. 35-year-old Casper man accused of pulling a gun on a couple after already hitting them with his car. There was a little road rage going on. He was trying to make just a quick beer run. He had run out of beer, allegedly. How many times do I have to say allegedly in this one? I'm trying to see if he's guilty. Yeah, I really need Claire. Claire should be like a constant companion for my show. This is a Dale Killingback story, by the way. Claire could let me know when it is I need to say allegedly and when I don't. I should just have her on retainer for the entire show. You know, just like they do in the NFL when they have the football games, they have Gene Steratore on standby to explain the rules and to explain whether he thinks the referees are out of their mind when they throw that flag. What do you think, Gene? Is this pass interference? What do you think, Gene? Is this a real fumble? Gene Steratore, I think he's a former ref. You know, he'll chime in. I need Claire. What do you think, Claire? Do I have to say allegedly again for this guy? 35-year-old Daniel Agin, A-G-I-N. I'm going to say Agin. I don't want to make Daniel wrong. He might come after me. Daniel Agin has alleged anger issues. He's facing felony charges after a drunken errand to buy more beer. He had run out of his 2 40-ouncers. I think he downed a couple of 40s, right? Nothing good happens after. Oh, no, 224. Sorry. Well, that's not that much. 2 24-ounce Budweisers. All right, for one thing, Budweiser's like half water. Seriously? 224? Well, I guess 24 is twice the 12-ounce beer, and that's like drinking 4 beers. All right, he had 4 beers, and he blew a .08, so he's legally drunk, as we discovered yesterday when we talked to Rod Miller and learned the breathalyzer thing. Yeah, 2 24-ounce buds. He's blowing an .08, so he's legally drunk, but not like wiped out. And he had an unopened 40-ouncer in the vehicle. Well, I better go I'm going into the opinion room. Stand by.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State Daily's reporters, editorial staff, or ownership.
I'll just say this. In addition to my statements that anyone inked above the neck is guilty of what, I don't know, but, you know, preemptively guilty. If there can be a preemptive pardon for Liz Cheney, I'm going to do preemptive guilty if you're tattooed in your face. Exception, New Zealand people who, of course, have that chin tattoo thing going on. If your culture demands that you're inked above the neck, okay. But for the most part, if you're American and you got a tattoo on your face, guilty. And that includes Post Malone, guilty of making bad country music. Tattoo on the face is not a good look. It's a good look for prison, and that's probably where you're headed. Allegedly, in my opinion. I'm not saying this guy's tattooed. What I'm getting at is, in addition to that, I'm going to add something to Jake's rules of life. Tattooed in the face, guilty. The second rule of life, sort of an addendum or if you drink beer by the 40-ouncer, you might be a redneck. You might want to reevaluate your life choices, okay? There's nothing wrong with beer drinking, all right? Some of the good old boys, beer drinking's great. Got no problem with that. But 12 ounces at a time. When you're drinking 40s, that's sort of a speed event at that point because in order to keep 40 ounces of beer cold. Because by the time, if I had a 40 ouncer, I mean, the first 12 ounces would be relatively cold, and then, I'd fall off the pace. The rest of it would just be warm pee. But if you're a professional drinker, if you're doing 40s with no problem, and your last swig is still kind of cold, you're drinking pretty fast. And you're probably tattooed in the face. 40 ounces are never a good look, okay? You got an empty 40 rolling around on the floor of your pickup truck. I'm law enforcement. I just save the breathalyzer at that point. Save the disposable straw. You got an empty 40 rolling around on the floorboard. They'll give you a ride to jail. This is all alleged. We don't know if this dude's drunk. Well, he blew a .08, so yeah, he's drunk, according to the breathalyzer. And then this guy's story, Agin, let me go by his first name because I'm not sure I'm saying his name right. Daniel told cops how it went down, but that story didn't jive at all with the other couple. The other couple said they were trying to turn into their driveway at home, or she was. I guess the boyfriend was not in the car. The boyfriend was nearby, I think at the house, waiting for the girlfriend to get home. And she tries to pull in the driveway, and Daniel didn't see that turn coming, and bam, bumps into her, and then returns to the scene, pulls up next to her, and calls her a bad word. Explicative. He leaned out, pointed a firearm at the victim's face, according to an affidavit. Okay, that's not nice. And called her beep. Where's my beeper? And I imagine he might have called her the C word. I don't know if there's like a degree of what's worse. I mean, you can call her the B word and point a gun at her. That's pretty bad. But you call her the C word, even without the firearm? Okay, now you're in trouble. And the boyfriend saw it, and he called 911. Meanwhile, Daniel had a totally different story. He said the couple threw rocks at his Jeep or his car. Let's see, the Jeep backed out. He said they threw rocks at my windshield, and he just showed the gun. He just pulled up his shirt and showed him something. He didn't, point it at anyone. The cops said that story didn't sound right. Plus, they said he reeked of alcohol. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. This went down December 28th. Road rage. Casper Police Department responding in the area of 13th and Willow Streets, 10:05, December 28th. Merry Christmas, huh? That was Saturday. And Daniel Agin is incarcerated right now. Bond set at $50,000. Faces 2 counts of aggravated assault, punishable by up to 10 years in prison. Misdemeanor reckless endangering driving. That's because he hit the car. He's also charged with driving under the influence, blowing a .08. And he had no insurance. Is that a surprise? Yeah. And the list continues. Not quite a 7-foot list of allegations, but enough. Okay. That story from Dale Killingbeck. That's in the Cowboy State Daily. Any nice stories here? Okay, yeah, there is a nice story. A Rollins couple who got a great New Year's Day gift. We'll tell you what it was and talk about that story right after this quick break. We'll be right back in the Cowboy State.
back to the show.
Yeah, back in studio 653, 7 in front of the hour. This story also from Dale Killingback. Meet this lovely couple. It's Dalton and Ruby Van Pelt, who welcomed a new baby into the world. Their first, I believe. They just got married, I think, a year ago. This part of the story is a little confusing. And maybe we should reach out to Dale about it. There's Dalton, and other than being a Los Angeles Dodger fan, he's probably a fine young man. Wrong team, though, Dalton. And that's his wife, Ruby. They got married in a blizzard on New Year's Day 2 years ago. Okay, their second wedding anniversary. Okay. All right, so the dates match up. 2 years. So I guess they got married New Year's Day 2023, and now their 2-year anniversary, right? Their second wedding anniversary turned into something special, more memorable Wednesday when they had their first baby in the wee hours of the morning. How many of you folks in your community have, like, you know, the local newspaper will show the first baby of the year born? It'll be early yet. It's still just January 3rd. So many of those small community newspapers won't come out yet. But pretty soon here in the next week or so, you'll have somewhere in there in your local community newspaper the first baby of the new year. And there's often the local hospital may have some kind of gift package or make some kind of commendation of the first baby of the year. So this isn't the first baby of the year for Wyoming. It happened at 2:30 in the morning, so probably somebody beat them to it. But Dalton's 30, she's 28, and they just gave birth to Emery Lenora Van Pelt, 2:38 in the morning on Wednesday at Banner, Wyoming Medical Center in Casper. She was the first Natrona County baby, first kid born in Natrona County in 2025. So that's something. The couple said they made the 111-mile trip from Rawlins nearly a week earlier before the birth, because the hospital in Rawlins doesn't offer maternity services. They didn't want to have any problems on the highway with weather, so they left in plenty of time. Her due date was New Year's Eve, December 31st, and she was born the next day, little Emery, pretty much right on time. Very nice. 14 hours in labor. Oh, I can't imagine. Poor women. I mean, guys think that I think I'm dying when I have so much as a head cold, you know? Guys can't take anything. We know that. I'll admit to it on behalf of every husband, every guy out there. We get the slightest bit of a cold or whatever, and it's the end of the world. Oh, honey, bring me the clicker. And meanwhile, women spend 14 hours in labor pumping out another human being. Oh, nope. I get a stomach ache and I think I'm in 14-hour labor. All right, where was I? Yeah, so congrats to Dalton. Did I show the photo? Oh, I'm still showing this. Sorry. I'm still getting used to like what is on the TV and what is on the radio. We're going to be radio wide here one of these days. We're working on it, putting this show on radio. So then all the visual elements are not going to, they're not going to carry through. But while we're going to be on both, even when we're on radio. So if you're enjoying the show this way, I guess you are, because we're not on radio yet. You have the visual value add, let's say. And so I'm able to show you a photo of Emery Lenora. There she is. Born at 238. Looking good, Emery. First baby of the year in Natrona County. Very nice. Great story from Dale Killingbeck. Positive story. Happy story. Nobody got shot. Thank goodness. And things looking good for Dalton and Emery. Other than the Dodger shirt. Come on, Dalton. You know better than that. All right, we're just about at 7 o'clock. Guests at 7 o'clock include Don Day. He'll be with us with that weather segment. We're going to talk about snow and avalanche hazard forecast, etc. Andrew Rossi will be here bottom of the hour next hour. Sally Ann Shermer will join the convo. We'll talk about CFB, the conference football. Is that what it stands for? We'll talk college football and some of the bowl games. I thought Boise State would beat Penn State, but Sally Ann knew better. She just sort of laughed at that. And she said, okay, we'll see. She was right. Big bowl game yesterday. Sugar Bowl played after the delay because of 2 terrorist attacks, I believe unrelated, although both gentlemen, lone wolves, let's say, had ties to Fort Bragg. They both served in the military, our military. In fact, they were decorated. Both of them were highly respected for what they did for our country, for the United States. And then somehow something has turned them. The ISIS guy obviously was infected by rhetoric of terrorists. The other dude, the cyber truck that blew up outside the Trump hotel, authorities still trying to piece together what motivated that dude. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on. Wendy's scheduled to join us, but I think she is out, obviously, with Riley Strand, and Leo Wilson will be here this morning as well. We got a lot to do on this finally Friday, first Friday of 2025. Here's Riley Strand in for Wendy Core with Top of the Hour News.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, January 3rd. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Riley Strand, in for Wendy Core. Laramie County's top prosecutor said Thursday she won't pursue charges against the Cheyenne Police Department officers who shot and killed a man who took his wife hostage. In March 2024, 47-year-old Patrick Flores reportedly fired at Cheyenne police officers during a tense standoff. The officers fired back, fatally wounding Flores. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that upon reviewing the investigation into the police, the Laramie County District Attorney deemed the officers' response fitting.
Tuesday, they released their report of this incident stemming back to last March. To me, it's exhaustive. They interviewed neighbors. They interviewed the wife and the cops, the landlady, everyone. What stood out to me the most is that the wife who was taken hostage describes just before police show up, her husband has her pinned on the bed and he fires next to her head and the bullet goes into the mattress, and she said the black stuff covered me and I smelled it and I heard it. And then in the next breath she says that more than that, she was heartbroken.
During an investigation interview, the man's wife said she believed if the police hadn't arrived, he would have killed her that night. President Joe Biden gave Liz Cheney the Presidential Citizens Medal on Thursday, the second highest civilian honor, sparking criticism from Wyoming Republicans, including Senator John Barrasso, who said she didn't deserve the award. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports Barrasso's comments are significant since he had stayed relatively neutral on Cheney since she started speaking out against Trump. Until now.
He kind of kept a neutral stance there for about 4 years now, just kind of not really commenting in any direction on anything she did until now. He called her divisive and not a true representation of Wyoming. He believed that either Biden was going to pardon her or he was going to give her an award, as he did on Thursday.
Biden awarded Cheney for her role as the vice chair of the U.S. House Select Committee on the January 6th attack. Photographer Dave Bell of Pinedale, Wyoming, captured the stunning reds and greens of a rare New Year's Eve aurora over the Cowboy State. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that this might be a sign that 2025 could be even better than last year for auroras.
2024 was a stellar year for auroras in Wyoming, and that's because the sun reached its solar maximum when it has the most amount of sunspots on the surface, which generate these coronal mass ejections, which manifest as auroras in the northern and southern hemisphere. So not only could that mean that 2025 could be just as good as 2024 in terms of seeing auroras in the night skies of Wyoming, it could actually be better.
Auroras can last from a few minutes to several hours. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Requiring photo identification to vote in Wyoming could alienate a large number of the state's older voters who don't drive or have state-issued IDs. That's according to the Wyoming AARP. That could happen under legislation Secretary of State Chuck Gray is advocating for that would require photo identification for all voters. Gray is pushing for the legislation as part of his larger efforts to tighten voting requirements and help prevent non-residents and undocumented people from voting in Wyoming elections.
Currently, there is a few forms of ID, like Medicaid and Medicare cards, that are accepted as a form of identification of voting that don't have a photo that come with them. Gray finds this very disturbing, and he wants to take care of it. Wyoming AARP, however, pointed out that many senior citizens don't have a form of ID because it's been many years since they've driven a vehicle.
A University of Wyoming poll conducted this summer revealed that 92% of residents are satisfied with Wyoming's current voter ID laws. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on CowboyStateDaily.com. I'm Riley Strand for Cowboy State Daily.
Getting back to it, back on it. 7:05, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Andrew talking about these Aurora Borealis, so-called Northern Lights. Everybody's so happy about them. Definitely photographers. David Bell, Pinedale, I've talked with him. He's got a special way of shooting the sky. That's its own brand of photography. It's hard to do. And, photographers, there's studio photographers that are good at taking a photo of your family when they have all the right lighting and you're in the proper setting of the studio, and they know how to make your brats shut up and look at the birdie. They're really good at that. And then there's, live sports photographers that have fast frame rates or whatever it is. I'm not a photographer. They f-stop. They have a really fast f-stop, right? And they can catch action really good without it looking blurry. And then there's sky photographers. David Bell is really good at that, and especially night sky. There's tricky things, and a lot of times these northern lights don't manifest to the naked eye. They don't look that great. They're like, But if you take a photo of it, even, not doctoring it at all, just take out your phone and take a photo of the northern lights, that looks a lot better on the photograph than it does to you looking at them. And David Bell's really good at bringing out the best and the brightest colors, and it looks really vibrant, the northern lights. Andrew Rossi's story about how David Bell was right there first of the year. Many of us were out maybe imbibing a bit, knocking back one more for the road, and David Bell was spent New Year's Eve with his camera pointed at the sky so he could get that perfect shot. Man, did it pay off. I'm going to share the photo with you a little bit later when we have Andrew on to talk about the story, but I just wanted to mention that everybody seems so happy and excited and positive about these northern lights. They are essentially the product of coronal mass ejections from the sun heading to the earth. That sounds a little bit scary to me. I've seen more than a few science fiction movies that the end of the world begins with the beginning of CMEs, like these big solar flares, the big coronal mass ejections. It's not good when the sun spits fire at the earth, for the most part. I mean, a little bit makes for some really nice northern lights. But what's the difference between a little bit and a whole lot? It knocks out our internets, knocks out our electricity grid, our power grid. Yeah, I'm not sure CMEs are that good of a thing. I mean, unless you're a photographer and you're not living for tomorrow, because there'll be no tomorrow after a big CME, right? Maybe it's just me. We'll see if Andrew's worried about it. I am. Big coronal mass ejection. I mean, the northern lights are pretty to look at. Aurora Borealis. Oh, how pretty. How pretty. Don't look up. That's the movie, right? Don't look at the sky. Just don't acknowledge what's sky. Have you seen that movie, Don't Look Up? That's a funny movie, but it's kind of true. Mark checks in this morning. He says, good morning. Hi, Mark. Good morning to you. And he says, Cheney does not deserve this award. Liz Cheney received the Presidential Citizen something. I don't even know what it is. And you can't eat it. So what good is it? As Native Americans will say, you can't eat your money. Joe brought the Presidential Citizens Medal. All right, put that on your mantelpiece. Stick that in your country song. Is it a big deal? Maybe to Liz and Dick, but I'm not getting worked up over it. Mark, let's not worry about it. She doesn't deserve it. Fine. I don't even know what it is. It's not like it's anything super important. Can you show that at McDonald's for a discount? Hey, I have the Presidential Citizens Medal. Okay. That'll be $8.99. I don't know if you could use that in a traffic stop if you get pulled over. Do you know who I am? I have a Presidential Citizens Medal. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what, is that a big deal? John Barrasso thinks it is. He thinks she shouldn't get it. I say, who cares? I don't even know what it is. Good story from Claire McFarland about Wyoming troopers. Wyoming Highway Patrol says they've been pulling over some truckers lately. Some of them Russian. I don't want to say anything against the Russians. I know a lot of cool Russian people. But couple of these guys were Russian, and they're not the only ones. Wyoming Highway Patrol says they've seen an uptick. Court docs allege. That's not how you spell allege. That doesn't look right. Monday, Cheyenne Circuit Court. A couple of guys appeared. I'll try to say their names. Georgie is the first. Georgie Kubezov, 21-year-old, and Albek Bagov, 30-year-old, each face felony counts of bearing false vehicle titles, punishable by up to 2 years in prison. I think it's just best to get them off the road, right? These are the truckers out there on Interstate 80 that are performing questionable pass behavior, like Man, if you have not been on Interstate 80 or some interstate, you know the deal. The truckers just run the show. They're everywhere. And we can't complain because they're bringing us all our Amazon packages. So, don't be hypocritical. Don't be first world problems. Oh, these truckers, you are the reason they're out there. You and your Prime Amazon account, your Amazon Prime. But the truck, the passing they do, the driving it's not like truckers of old. Daryl Orr will tell you. We should have Daryl on. Daryl was listening yesterday. Daryl's one of the good guys. He's a good trucker. But some of them don't even have their CDLs. They don't even have properly registered trucks. And they don't even have license plates. They printed them themselves, according to this story. Claire McFarland. Both men arrested on unrelated incidents within 2 days of one another. December 27th, December 29th. Wyoming Highway Patrol Trooper Caleb Pushkar was called to the port of entry on I-25, Laramie County, on the morning of the 27th for a report of a driver with a truck and trailer presenting fraudulent vehicle registrations. Yeah, that's a problem when you pull a truck over and you run the tags and they come up nothing, blank. Or in this case, the license plate number did not match the truck. The Indiana Department of Revenue said the registration was fraudulent, and we got 2 Russians incarcerated. Here's Claire McFarland with more on what that story looks like.
Last weekend, Wyoming police caught 2 men bringing vehicles through the state with fake license plates. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the 2 men involved each face 1 felony count of bearing false vehicle titles, which is punishable by up to 2 years in prison and $5,000 in fines.
It could mean a variety of things. It could mean my temp tag's expired. I want to get by a little longer. Could mean I'm smuggling vehicles. It could mean anything that we don't yet know. But as it is just the blunt allegation of this is a false title, Indiana doesn't recognize this title, that in itself, regardless of what the reason for having a false title allegedly, is charged as a felony.
According to court documents, police think the 2 cases are connected and that a mobile printer is being used to print out false license plates on the road.
All right. $5,000 fine does not sound like a whole lot, honestly. Some of these truckers, $5,000 is nothing. Yeah, but I'm not surprised that people are printing their own license plates or capable of it. I mean, that dude printed his own gun. Luigi, who shot the healthcare CEO. I mean, you can 3D print anything. You can certainly print a license plate. If convicts can figure out how to make a license plate, certainly Russian truckers can. Allegedly. Let me open the Zoom room, get Don Day in the joint. We're going to talk about snow and different kinds of snow. Supposedly, and I think this has been debunked. You can't believe anything you hear anymore. Supposedly, have you ever heard the expression or heard the idea, the notion that the Inuit, the Alaskan natives, the Eskimo natives have 50 different words for snow? Because snow is just so prevalent in their world. If you go on the interwebs, supposedly that's not true. Eskimo, Alouette, Inuit, any of the native Eskimos, people that live in igloos, right? They have 50 different words for snow. Well, that apparently is not quite accurate, not quite true. For instance, it's like saying that, a regular old English guy has 50 words for grass. including lawn, or which would be grass around a house, or a field, which could mean a sport field, or a pasture, which could be grassland to support livestock, or the plains, which is a reference to an ecosystem of grass, or a steppe, or a prairie, or a veld, or a park, or a meadow. All these terms would be different terminology for technically grass. So that's what it's like saying is, yeah. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but there are a lot of different kinds of snow. And a snowboarder, for instance, does have 50 different words for snow. Your average, like, snowboarding 20-year-old, they'll refer to all kinds of snow, corn, powder, etc., etc. There's all different textures and different kinds of snow. And that's what we'll concentrate on when we talk to Don Day. What kind of snow is falling? What does that mean for avalanche, potential avalanche, when that kind of snow is down? Yeah, we'll discover all that stuff with D-Day when he gets on the show. Also, oh boy, I'm scared of this story. It's not from the Cowboy State Daily. I just noticed it in a semi-questionable news source, but still, I'm pretty sure it's real because they do give out names. You know, in some news stories where you're not given the name of any of the subjects, you gotta wonder. But this story, I think, is real. It's real enough that it's got me a little bit worried. It's about a surgeon that caught cancer from his patient. And I know what you're thinking. Like, you didn't think cancer was catchable, transferable. But documented case, allegedly. There's a text. Don Day said he's running a little behind. Okay, that's all right because he's got a lot of weather to forecast. We are getting weather coming up. And, yeah, understandable. Let's go to the Zoom room and check out Don Day and the day weather forecast, which is a little bit snowy, especially for you folks up there in Sheridan. You're still under some kind of winter weather advisory or a winter storm watch. Watch out, Sheridan. Other parts of Wyoming still seeing snow. I'm in Teton County here, and we've got snow this morning, more snow overnight, just slowly getting snow added to the mountains, which is a good, safer way to do it when we're talking about avalanche. Just a little bit at a time rather than wind-loaded, huge, major event. But still, it's adding up. And a lot of snow in the mountains means when you go out there and play in it, you got to know what you're doing. Know before you go and be aware of avalanche stuff. Don Day, you're kind of like frozen there. I don't know if your internets aren't working real good. But I see Don's still trying to connect to audio. So, yeah, let's take a quick break here and see if we can get Don back into the Zoom room. Coming right back with the Cowboys. Be real, yeah. Hi, Don. How's everything?
Good morning.
Good morning. A little bit of what's going on up there in Sheridan. It's like the only place in the state that's still under a winter watch for the weekend.
The winter storm watch, but I would expect other parts of Wyoming will have some advisories posted later today for what's coming in this weekend. But that's one area of the state, Jake, that Interstate 90 corridor snaking through southern Montana into northeastern Wyoming into Rapid City. That's an area that's kind of under the gun. Later tomorrow and into Sunday for some snowfall. That's why we have those areas under winter storm watches, and do expect those to expand.
And the most of the state, for the most part, we still haven't experienced that one 24-hour blizzard, like it all dumps, the big dump. We're getting our snow a little bit at a time, and it's kind of, you look up one day and there's some more, and the next day there's some more. It's probably the safest way to snow load your mountains when we're talking about avalanche. But what are some of the things we got to worry about, even when you're adding snow just 4 inches at a time? What do you see out there as far as avalanche this weekend?
Well, the avalanche danger is going to be elevated all throughout the West. And what's really important, if you're a backcountry, a lot of backcountry people know a lot of these things already, but a lot of times we have visitors come from out of state, especially snowmobiling. I mean, I'm a snowmobiler, and I was up in the snowy range here this past weekend. And you go look in the parking lot where people are parking their trailers and their sleds. Iowa, Minnesota, Michigan, Nebraska. And you've got a lot of people coming in from different parts of the country to where it's a whole new experience out here. And as you know, the snow machines that are available now can take you just about anywhere. I mean, they're amazing. And so the thing is that when we get these big snow events that go over multiple days, they tend to drop a lot of snow on a crusty snow surface. I mean, we'll start that winter season. We'll get the snow in the fall. Then we'll have a little bit of a thaw, and then you get this layer of crusty snow that all of a sudden gets 2, 3, 4, 5 feet of snow on top of it. And when you have temperature changes, heavy snow, and then a lot of wind that distributes the snow into different locations and makes snow heavier in one spot than the other, things get very unstable, and avalanches happen and can be triggered very, very easily. And there's some really good resources in Wyoming. The Bridger Teton, the snow lab there at the Jacksonville ski area. They have a wonderful website to keep track of avalanche conditions in western Wyoming and eastern Idaho. Utah has an avalanche center, so does Colorado, and take advantage of those. It's a great resource.
It's usually, but I guess not always, but it's usually that the warmer, when it's warm, when the snow falls, or if it warms up later, that's your heavier snow. Most of us know that when we're out shoveling, that light powder, that's easy to get out of the walk. But when it's 34 degrees and you got snow down, that stuff is heavy, and you can imagine how heavy it is sitting on a weak crust layer. That's trouble. What about wind? What does that do? You hear about wind-loaded cornices and wind-loaded areas. What does that do for avalanche?
Well, as the wind moves the snow around, it deposits snow more in some locations than others. Just like the drift at the end of your driveway that you'll get. You'll see a spot where you can get 6 inches of snow, but there's places where it's 2 feet deep where it drifted, and that's what happens, especially up in the mountain areas, especially over those ridges. And so you'll pile up a bunch of snow and cause a lot of weight to be in one particular area. And that causes weakness eventually. And you mentioned temperature, those temperature changes. And then with wind loading, there's a real art to avalanche forecasting because there's a lot of variables. But a lot of times when you put all these variables together, that's where it gets unpredictable. That's why I mentioned people coming from out of state. They venture out and they're not necessarily familiar with all these things that go on. I mean, if you look at the avalanche injuries and fatalities that happen every year in the Western United States, I think people would be shocked about how many people die every year in avalanches. It's more than you think. Yes, it gets reported, but it's kind of a sidebar sometimes.
Yeah, and we can talk for a long time on this subject. We'll bring it up again because I do want to make it clear to people who are not from around here that what we're talking about with avalanche is not the kind of stuff that maybe you, in your mind, it's the worst disaster movie where a whole village in Switzerland is buried by an avalanche. It doesn't take much to cover you or to really mess you up. And there are certain things you can do in an avalanche to maybe help yourself. But we can talk all about that. But right now, the weekend, yeah, some of us going to get some snow, huh?
Yeah, I think most of the state will see snow before the weekend's over.
Okay.
And is it a big storm? No. But, to your point, where we haven't really had a widespread snow event this will be one where a lot of the state's going to get an inch or two of snow by Sunday morning. And it's going to be gradually getting colder this weekend, gradually getting colder next week. We'll start to see a bit more Canada influencing our weather instead of so much of the Pacific next week.
All right. Well, have a great weekend. Be careful on that souped up sled, Don.
Okay, I will.
All right, buddy. It's Don Day, the day weather forecast. Got some snow coming our way. Let's get right back into the Zoom room and get Andrew Rossi on here. And remember, we were going to talk to Andrew about Aurora Borealis, Northern Lights, that kind of stuff. Andrew, I know you and David Bell, you love it when we have the Northern Lights. I'm worried. Coronal.
Would you have?
It's the coronal mass ejection I'm worried about. I mean, the sun, when it spits flames at Earth, it's not necessarily a good thing. It might look pretty. I think that's to, cover up the fact that maybe we're going to lose our electric grid or the interwebs won't work anymore. Coronal mass ejections, I don't know if we should be celebrating those.
Well, they can be destructive if they're large enough, but it takes quite a large event to cause those kind of disturbances. In fact, I was speaking with Jan Curtis, the former Wyoming State climatologist, and he told me that they can actually use rocks and radiocarbon dating to get an idea of when these massive coronal mass ejections happen that do cause these kind of disturbances. And it happens very infrequently, to put it mildly. We're talking time scales of thousands of years, and we've had one of that scale within the last 200 years. So the likelihood of having another ejection of that size that could cause that much destruction is pretty low. It's never negligible, but it's low.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. I'm glad you did explore that, though. David Bell, we're sharing a photo of his when the rest of us were either going to bed early or partying hardy all night. David Bell had his camera pointed skyward, got a great shot of Northern Lights. And you mentioned, and we've heard it mentioned from photographers, that sometimes you don't see Northern Lights as fantastic as your camera does. And David Bell mentioned this in the story. What is it about, just even your phone? They're not souped up or photoshopped. It's just the camera likes Northern Lights better than your eyes sometimes.
It's all about the exposure. I mean, I'm no photography expert, but that seems to be the one recurring theme that comes up is you need to have lenses, usually with fast shutters, but long exposure time is the key so that you can gather up enough light in the camera lens to get the image. And I can attest to this personally. Back in, I believe it was June or July, when there was one of the big corona events, I drove out to a dark spot with my phone and I could see these just sort of white streaks in the sky that I knew was the aurora. But that's all I could see. But then once I put my camera's shutter speed up to about 10 or 30 seconds and just held it in place, then they really started to pop. Wasn't a very colorful night, but I could definitely see that they were there.
All right. Yeah, anytime we get to see the work of our buddy David Bell down there in Pinedale, it's a good day. Great photos. I'm still a little nervous about coronal mass ejections. I know we're not seeing big ones. It's like being on the beach and you see some, light waves and then some bigger waves and surfers are happy. Oh, look at this big wave, and the waves are getting bigger and bigger, and before you know it, there's a wave that wipes us out. CME. No?
Let's not have that on our bingo card for 2025.
Okay.
I think we'll have enough excitement for a year without a destructive coronal mass ejection.
All right. Your Christmas tree is probably drying up, and pretty soon here you're going to want to get that thing out of the living room. It just becomes a fire hazard. Goats are the way to dispose of it. What a great story from Andrew Rossi. Your Christmas tree, it's what for dinner, including the scotch. Now, goats aren't hugely... How'd you ever find this out? Goats will eat any Christmas tree, but the scotch pine, they're like, maybe.
I spoke to the folks at Wind River Pack Goat Adventures, and they told me that it's not that the goats won't eat scotch fur. or Scotch pine, but they're a little finicky about that one for whatever reason. But when you give a goat a Christmas tree, it's going to make the most out of it. So all the needles and all of the bark stripped clean. So they're very efficient at that. And I was told, it's like a piranha statistic. Goats can eat 1 to 2 full Christmas trees a day if given enough time to do so.
So you just put them out, put a Christmas tree out there. And the needles, I'm surprised they eat that. But goats, we probably all seen or heard of anecdotally goats just eating almost anything, including probably the tinsel and the star on top and the bulbs. But you want to make sure the trees are stripped, right? They do that. They take all the stuff off.
And no paint. Apparently, they'll occasionally get Christmas trees that have paint on them, and nobody wants to eat paint, let alone a goat.
Yeah, although they probably could, but that's pretty neat. So where is this outfit, and can we? Do they have plenty of Christmas trees to chew up, or can someone send one there?
Well, they're based out of Boulder, and they won't say no to any trees that show up, because the other nice thing about goats is that they're not discerning when it comes to, I guess, the aging of something. If they enjoy a finely aged Christmas tree that's brown and wilting and just not very good looking, they don't really care. They'll eat it at any stage along the way, because it's not just the needles. They eat the bark as well, and they can get a lot of nutrition from eating the bark that they might not get with their regular diet. So it's actually a very nutritious seasonal treat for them. So it's a great way to dispose of your Christmas tree in a way that's not just sending it to a landfill.
Yeah, which a lot of people do. So I'm seriously this close to canceling my trash removal service and just getting me a couple of goats. I'm going to balance the numbers and see what works, but goats are pretty good at getting rid of stuff you don't want, man.
Yep, and then you get all the enjoyment of having goats because they're nutty.
Yeah, I've seen goats. I got a photo of a goat climbing up the back of my pickup truck. Yeah, they do some funny things, and sometimes they butt you for no reason. Seriously, they're like, that's their way of, it's like a dog wagging his tail. Goats just butt you. Being friendly, I guess. What else you working on, Andrew?
Well, as we know, former President Jimmy Carter passed away earlier this week, and I decided that was the time to do a story that I've been wanting to do for a while, that when he graduated from the United States Naval Academy, he had to spend 2 years serving on a surface ship before he could go into submarines, just what he really wanted to do. So the first assignment that he had post-graduation was 1 year, which was the last year of service for the battleship USS Wyoming. So I asked some questions, got some information on that. So it's an interesting Wyoming connection for the former president, that he spent a year on a decrepit battleship that actually was very formative for the rest of his personal and political life. And then there's another study that came out about Yellowstone, studying the magma chamber, and a lot of news agencies have taken that as, is Yellowstone going to erupt, or do they expect Yellowstone to erupt? I spoke with the scientists in charge of the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory, and we discussed what the implications of that paper actually are. And the short version is they should be reassuring rather than alarming.
Yeah, we monitor that thing more than ever. The whole caldera, the whole Yellowstone area. We know when the littlest swarms go off. And then that new, what is it? It's like ground penetrating radar. We have new tech, though, that can show those magma chambers. And yeah, scientists have been surprised maybe, or at least enlightened as to, oh, that's different than we thought.
Well, even more than just mapping, they can actually tell how much of the magma chamber is solid and how much is liquid. And I mean, the short version on volcanoes is the ones that are in danger of erupting, they tend to have a lot of liquid magma under the surface. Now, how thick or how fluid that magma is varies, but liquid is a big portion of that. And when we look at Yellowstone, it's just not a very fluid situation, I guess, not to give the whole game away with the story, but that's the short version.
All right. Very interesting. You ready for the weekend?
It's, the first weekend of the year and it's been a short week, but yeah, I'm ready for the weekend. Always good to have a weekend to look forward to.
All right. We'll see you. Do I have you for Mondays?
I have me for Wednesdays, but if you need me for Mondays, just let me know.
Well, we need you all the time, Andrew. But yeah, I see. Yeah, Wednesday. That's when we'll see you next Wednesday, 7:40. Awesome. Thanks, Andrew.
Have a good one, Jake.
You too, Andrew Rossi.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi joining the show in the Zoom room, and his stories include the David Bell photography. David Bell was out on the job New Year's Eve, pointing his camera up there, trying to get some great shots of Northern Lights, which he did. I'm worried about these CME implications, but apparently Andrew's already thought of that, and he's spoke to people who assure him the big one isn't coming. The big one probably isn't coming to Yellowstone either, the big earthquake that will end life as we know it. But scientists are finding out more and more every day about the magma chambers and what causes Yellowstone to be Yellowstone. These stories and more from Andrew Rossi. Check those out. 7:40. Let's take a quick break. I'll be right back with more stories from the Cowboy State Daily on this Friday. All right, we got to get back on it. Sorry, I'm a little late returning. I was trying to read some messages from our listeners, viewers. Good day, Jake. Where's Cowboy CSD Outlaw Cat? Yeah, the cat man, the Outlaw Cat mascot. He's having himself a troublesome morning. He's got like a half hour. He had the case of the zoomies. He was running all over the place, all kinds of jacked up on his cat crack. That stuff, those cat treats. Trying to see the bag of them. The same. There's like one company that makes those cat treats that cats love. And he had a handful of those, and he's bouncing all over the place. So I let him out, and there's a lot of snow. Like he forgets, I think. Who knows what goes on in the minds of cats or animals and their sense of time. They say the dog, they don't know if you're going 2 hours or 2 days. It's all the same to them. I don't know about that, but I think cats for sure forget that it's still winter. And this is a Wyoming cat in year 2 of his life. So this is the 3rd winter he's seen, or at least the 2nd. So he should know he lives in Wyoming and there's winter and it's a long time. It's going to be cold and snowy, but he thinks maybe it's July outside now, and he stands at the door and meows, and I open the door. I'm like, see, there's this much snow. And he's like, never mind. Although he is he will go out in the snow. He plows right through it. He goes out there and he's pretty impervious to cold. Like he'll hang out outside. He'll wait for some wayward chickadee to come for the seeds, and he'll make a jump at him. But that's, 10, 15 minutes of that, and he's back inside. So the outlaw cat mascot is sleeping on the kitchen table where he's not supposed to be. But what can you do? You tell him 1,000 times, get down from there. They don't care. All right. Our next story that I wanted to get to before Sally Ann Shermer comes on is this Montana story David Madison has. And I'm glad we have a reporter covering Montana stories. Now, it's our neighbor to the north. It's just like covering a story that happens in Utah or Colorado or Idaho. It's often very, very similar to Wyoming. So it's good to have somebody with eyes on Montana, I think. David Madison writes his story. Former Montana official accused of using state money for a tattoo, his divorce, and rent. Boy, it must be nice. He doesn't have the gig anymore. I wonder why. He was once Montana's top official responsible for preserving historic sites and overseeing a pretty healthy budget doing that, by the way. He's accused of stealing up to about $300,000 in a kickback scheme. He had a variety of ways he would siphon money, allegedly, from what was supposed to be used for preserving historic sites to personal use, like a tattoo, to pay for his divorce fees, and to finance a fishing trip and rent a condo. Wow. Michael Allen took over as the Heritage Commission's executive director back in 2012. He's accused of embezzling money from about 2020 to earlier last year. A criminal complaint filed by Lewis and Clark County. By the way, that commission that he oversees, the Montana Heritage Commission, has an annual budget of about $2.2 million. And the agency uses that to maintain and preserve some 3 important historic sites in Montana. And I think that's too much money for this commission, because they didn't notice apparently money going missing for years. Early in 2024, the Department of Commerce noticed what the criminal complaint describes as significant budget deficit. That was the first alarm. And some bogus payments. Apparently, he had a lot of well thought out schemes to siphon money out of this commission. A kickback scheme that allegedly, according to the complaint, involved a friend, Casey Steinke, who reportedly drew a bogus salary, lived for free in some place, had a collection of historic buildings in Helena, a tattoo. Alan tried to explain that away as to clean and restore a Civil War thing. I don't know what the. Yeah, the tattoo cost $150. Alan left a $30 tip, charged it all to this commission that he was executive director of. $14,000 in personal travel expense that he tried to pass off as business expense. Here is the hero of the story, Michael Allen himself. I'll share the photo from the story for David Madison. That's Michael there in the inset. And yeah, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Good story from David Madison. That happened up in Montana. Chuck Gray, our Secretary of State, we know that it's important to him to have safe and secure elections, including photo IDs. He's pushing to require photo identification to vote, but the Wyoming AARP and voting rights groups are concerned about the proposal, saying that in particular, some seniors in Wyoming would be perhaps barred from voting because they don't have a photo ID. A story from Leo Wilson. You know, a lot of elderly folks have let their license lapse. They no longer drive. They don't have a state-issued driver's license with a photo. They may have state-issued IDs that don't have a photo. So the photo could be a problem for older folks in the community, seniors in Wyoming. Leo Wilson explained, along with our news team, it looked like this.
Requiring photo identification to vote in Wyoming could alienate a large number of the state's older voters who don't drive or have state-issued IDs. That's according to the Wyoming AARP. That could happen under legislation Secretary of State Chuck Gray is advocating for that would require photo identification for all voters. Gray is pushing for the legislation as part of his larger efforts to tighten voting requirements and help prevent non-residents and undocumented people from voting in Wyoming elections.
Currently, there is a few forms of ID, like Medicaid and Medicare cards, that are accepted as a form of identification of voting that don't have a photo that come with them. Gray finds this very disturbing, and he wants to take care of it as an effort to basically try to weed out voter impersonation. Wyoming AARP, however, pointed out that many senior citizens don't have a form of ID because it's been many years since they've driven a vehicle.
A University of Wyoming poll conducted this summer revealed that 92% of residents are satisfied with Wyoming's current voter ID laws.
Yeah, it's a story from Leo Wilson. Leo is going to join us later in the show, later this morning. But yes, the push by Secretary of State Chuck Gray for legislation that would require photo ID could butt heads a little bit with members of the state that want to vote but don't have legitimately don't have a photo ID. I don't even know where you go to get identification if it's not your driver's license. I have a driver's license like anybody. I guess, or like most of us. It's got your photo on it. Never a good photo. I don't know. That's like a Murphy's Law right there. I don't know what it is about the camera at the Department of Motor Vehicles, but it's in need of something. Maybe, I mean, they're obviously not professional photographers. Maybe we can ask David Bell, who is a professional photographer, why nobody ever looks good in your driver's license photo. It's always the worst photo, and I'm, my photo is always bad. But the driver's license photo is on another level. And it's not only that, it's the photo for your passport too. I never look good in that one. Maybe it's just me. But I don't think so. A lot of people I talk to, the motor vehicle, that camera they got down there is from the devil. I don't know what's wrong. It needs like a gentler lens. Maybe something like Vaseline the lens. I don't need such a stark image of me that always looks like I'm being surprised by the headlights. I don't know. But that's my photo ID. Where do you go to get a photo ID if it's not your driver's license? What is a state-issued ID? I've never heard of it. I don't even know where do you go to get one. And I guess it's not. Is it a photo? I don't know what a state-issued ID is. But if you have ID to sort of prove you're you and it doesn't have a photo, and legislation is passed by the assistance of Secretary of State Chuck Gray, well, you'd be out of luck, I guess, when you go to vote. This day in Wyoming history, Dakota legislature passed a supplementary act that fixed the western boundary of Laramie County according to the meridian of longitude. Just so you know, 1868. I guess prior, we certainly had the ability and the technology to figure out exactly the longitude and get things exactly mapped right. We didn't have global positioning system. We didn't have GPS yet, but we had the ability to know kind of where longitude and latitude lines were, even in 1868. And it was the Dakota legislature that fixed the permanent correct boundaries of Laramie County on this day. This is an interesting story that bears a little more fleshing out. Maybe one day I'll do that and dig in as to what was the purpose behind this. But on this day, January 3rd, 1900, the University of Wyoming co-eds formed an anti-giggling society. Imagine a day, imagine an era, a time so pure that the worst thing going on campus was giggling. And you had to have an anti-giggling society, a group that would monitor that. We got a whole batch of different problems with college campuses today. But on this day in 1900, down there at UW, co-eds formed the Anti-Giggling Society. There was just too much giggling going on. Speaking of giggling and wiggling, 1926, this day, Piggly Wiggly opened in Lander. I don't know that it's still there. Is it? I don't think so, right? Lander, do you still have the Piggly Wiggly? They're popular in the South, I know. But I don't know of any in Wyoming. I suppose I could Google it up if I was so inclined. This day, 1926, Piggly Wiggly opens in Lander. Piggly Wiggly in Wyoming. Let's see if there are any left. There are no Piggly Wiggly stores in Wyoming. Okay, there you go. Over 500 stores in 18 states. I think a lot of them are in the South. Florida, Georgia, Texas, yeah. So that one in Lander is gone. On this day in history, a lot of folks took office. whether we're talking about governors, senators, etc. 1927, Frank Emerson took office as governor. Henry Schwartz took office on this day, 1937, as U.S. Senator. You probably heard of Millward Simpson. He took office as governor of Wyoming on this day in 1955. Lester Hunt began his reign as U.S. Senator 1949. Clifford Hansen took office 1967 as U.S. Senator. Craig Thomas, U.S. Senator 1995. Mike Enzi took office as U.S. Senator in 1997. Liz Cheney, who's in the news, sworn in as Congresswoman from Wyoming this day in 2017. Matt Mead became the official governor of Wyoming in 2011. And Cynthia Lummis, 2021, formerly a congressman from Wyoming, was sworn in as a senator from Wyoming. First female Wyomingite to hold the position, by the way. Yeah, all these things happen on this day in history, January 3rd. More stories coming up on Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. After we hit top of the hour news, Sally Ann Shermer will join us in the next hour. We'll talk about college bowl season a little bit. There was a hiring for the football team we'll touch on, and maybe a couple other things. Oh, yeah, we're going to explore the two terrorist actions because that's part of Sally Ann Shermer's latest column. If you'll read one of our opinion columnists, Sally Ann Shermer, her latest column came out, I think, yesterday, concerns her visits to the two cities that were victimized by these recent terrorist attacks, including New Orleans, where the Sugar Bowl was delayed after that ISIS guy from Texas ran people over. And then the dude that blew up a rented Cybertruck outside of a Trump hotel in Las Vegas. Another scene where Sally Ann Shermer talks about a city she visited once, I think, to also watch college football. Yeah, and Sally Ann gets a little bit deep about what she thinks we should do in the U.S. to combat terrorism. One thing we should not do, Sally Ann says, is to run and hide and to not visit cities like this. That would be letting terrorists win, Sally Ann Shermer says. Read her column, and we'll talk to her live in the next hour. Time for news now with
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, January 3rd. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Riley Strand, in for Wendy Core. A video recently filmed in South Dakota of a mule deer and whitetail buck that fought until they fell over in complete exhaustion encapsulates a region-wide conflict between the species. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that in the bigger picture, whitetail seem to be winning the war.
I talked to Ogden Driscoll. They have that family ranch that's right up against Devil's Tower. And that is really kind of ground zero where we're seeing the clash and the competition between whitetail deer and mule deer. He says, yeah, it's really pretty darn rare for the bucks to clash like that, but the two species do fiercely compete, and it's almost always the mule deer that come out on the losing end.
People reportedly separated the two deer who stumbled away. It's unclear if the animals survived the blowout. President Joe Biden gave Liz Cheney the Presidential Citizens Medal on Thursday, the second highest civilian honor, sparking criticism from Wyoming Republicans, including Senator John Barrasso, who said she didn't deserve the award. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports Barrasso's comments are significant since he had stayed relatively neutral on Cheney since she started speaking out against Trump, until now.
He kind of kept a neutral stance there for about 4 years now, just kind of not really commenting in any direction on anything she did until now. He called her divisive and not a true representation of Wyoming. He believed that either Biden was going to pardon her or he was going to give her an award, as he did on Thursday. Cheney has pretty much gone the opposite direction of Barrasso, kind of opposing Trump and kind of moving away from the main support of the Republican Party and Wyoming voters, while Barrasso has really moved towards Trump.
Biden awarded Cheney for her role as the vice chair of the U.S. House Select Committee on the January 6th attack. Last weekend, Wyoming police caught 2 men bringing vehicles through the state with fake license plates. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the 2 men involved each face 1 felony count of bearing false vehicle titles, which is punishable by up to 2 years in prison and $5,000 in fines.
It could mean a variety of things. It could mean my temp tag's expired, I want to get by a little longer. Could mean I'm smuggling vehicles. Like, it could mean anything that we don't yet know. But as it is just the blunt allegation of this is a false title, Indiana doesn't recognize this title, that in itself, regardless of the reason for having a false title allegedly, is charged as a felony.
According to court documents, police think the 2 cases are connected and that a mobile printer is being used to print out false license plates on the road. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Laramie County's top prosecutor said Thursday she won't pursue charges against the Cheyenne Police Department officers who shot and killed a man who took his wife hostage. In March 2024, 47-year-old Patrick Flores reportedly fired at Cheyenne police officers during a tense standoff. The officers fired back, fatally wounding Flores. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that upon reviewing the investigation into the police, the Laramie County District Attorney deemed the officers' response fitting.
Tuesday, they released their report of this incident stemming back to last March. To me, it's exhaustive. They interviewed neighbors. They interviewed the wife and the cops, the landlady, everyone. What stood out to me the most is that the wife who was taken hostage describes just before police show up, her husband has her pinned on the bed and he fires next to her head and the bullet goes into the mattress, and she said the black stuff covered me and I smelled it and I heard it. And then in the next breath she says that more than that, she was heartbroken.
During an investigation interview, the man's wife said she believed if the police hadn't arrived, he would have killed her that night. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Riley Strand for Cowboy State Daily.
Back to the show, 8:06 Friday, Jan 3rd. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Thanks for dropping in with us to start your new year. I'm reading more about this Cybertruck dude. Sometimes you just never know who's going to lose it. I mean, the one guy, the ISIS guy who was all about ISIS. I mean, one time he was part of the U.S. military. But the other guy, I mean, he was a decorated war veteran, Bronze Star, Green Beret, and then just like, I don't know, man. Just went off the deep end. These headlines: MAGA nut in the Cybertruck. Suicide bomber. Wife dumped him days before. Yeah, I see a lot of people that he served with, his fellow soldiers, will say he was like a stand-up guy. He was the guy you wanted in the foxhole with you. This is the Cybertruck guy. They had nothing but great things to say about him. A lot of people that served with him. Both these alleged terrorists did time, served at Fort Bragg, by the way. Is there any connection there? I don't know. Homegrown terror, lone wolves. Authorities nationwide on alert for any kind of copycat danger. New Orleans, guy drives a truck through a crowd. ISIS. And then the Cybertruck blowing up in Las Vegas outside the Trump Hotel. In fact, I saw this on the interwebs. I thought it was interesting. This is, if this is an indication of how 2025 is going to go, it's kind of scary. But here's 2025 in a nutshell. I'll share this image with you. Cybertruck burning in front of the Trump Hotel. Welcome to 2025. Wait, I got to make this fit. Okay, there it is. Yeah, there's your visual image of the new year. Happy New Year. Cybertruck engulfed in flames outside of the Trump Hotel. That's great. Oh, man, you can only laugh. I mean, if you don't laugh, you'll cry, or we'll all be scared. But I was saying that the guy who rented the Cybertruck and then blew it up. He blew himself up with a whole mess of a lot of fireworks, just a whole bunch of stuff that was in incendiary devices in the truck. Here's the truck on fire. Hopefully nobody says anything bad in this video. I don't think they do. Yeah, there's the truck outside the hotel. Just totally... Ooh, there goes some of the fireworks. The thing's just burning and blowing up, popping. I don't know the message you send if you blow yourself up on a Cybertruck outside the Trump Hotel. Supposedly this guy was a big Trump supporter, like a MAGA. There was a security guy from the Trump Hotel finally showing up. Yeah, everything blew. The whole thing blew, dude. Yeah, I don't know the message being sent there. I mean, obviously this incident, parking the truck outside the Trump Tower or the Trump Hotel, whatever that is in Las Vegas with the name Trump on it. Obviously, that's purposeful. There's some kind of purpose to that. I don't know what kind of statement you're making when, you just kill yourself in a Cybertruck in front of Trump's hotel. What are you trying to tell us? And I think that's got authorities still baffled. FBI has reached out to anyone who served with this dude. And he's also got an ex-wife. That's who I would reach out to. All right. You want to know the real story on someone, what might be going on in their mind? I mean, soldiers that serve with him, okay, but they're all probably going to say the same thing. He was a great guy out on the shooting range. It's the wife. It's someone who had to share a bedroom with this dude and who no longer does. The ex-wife will tell you everything you need to know about this guy. I would go, that's the only place I would go. Interview the ex-wife. She'll let you know what's wrong with this guy or what was wrong with him. Yeah, why was I... Whoop, let me get myself on here. Yeah, I don't know what was going on with the guy, but Sally Ann Shermer will be with us in about 18 minutes, and she'll talk a little bit about this, at least about the two cities these incidents occurred in, New Orleans and Las Vegas. Sally Ann Shermer has been to both in the past and likely connected with college football, I'm sure. I think she was going to bowl games. But we'll talk to Sally Ann and talk college football and Cybertrucks blowing up. What else? Oh, hey, big thanks to Keith who chimed in, told us, yeah, there is such a thing as photo IDs that are not driver's licenses. YDOT issues identification cards for people who don't drive. Cost is $10. All right. So, yeah, you can show voter ID that is a YDOT license. Because I wondered, what kind of ID would anybody have that's not a driver's license? I just didn't know. But Keith says, yeah, go to YDOT, get a $10 non-driving identification. All right. We can do that. One of my favorite things is to look at maps. USA Thoughts does them. There's a lot of internet maps that kind of show what a diverse or what a non-diverse country we are, and I love to look at these maps. Here's one that I can share that shows McDonald's. Does your county have a McDonald's? I would think at this point, almost every county in the United States has a McDonald's, right? I mean, some towns have more than one McDonald's. In green in this map, which I'm sharing, is where you'll find a McDonald's. Yes, McDonald's. Yeah. Look at Alaska. They hardly have any. They just eat moose up there, They just tackle a moose and just start gnawing it. Moose and seal and polar bear. They're tough in Alaska. They don't have any weak McDonald's. But I see the Dakotas. Look at North and South Dakota. Significant counties do not have a McDonald's, and that's more of an indication that they don't have anything. If you've been to North and South Dakota, particularly in these red counties that you can see on the map, I've been there. I've been all over the North and South Dakota, and there really isn't anything. In South Dakota, there's Rapid City, which has McDonald's, and there's Pierre, the state capital, and that's about it. All the rest is farmland. It's all corn. You can find lots of cornfields in South Dakota, but hardly any McDonald's, as you can see in the map. North Dakota, outside of Fargo, nobody has there's nothing. Nothing. It's the reason the polar vortex gets an open invite to the United States. If Canada wanted to invade the U.S., they could do it through the Dakotas, and it would be weeks before we even noticed. And I say that, and I love the Dakotas. I love them for that. I love the fact that they're not a lot of people, that they're they are the backbone of the country. You go through the Dakotas, those are real people. That's John Deere country, y'all. And that's great. I'm just saying that's the reason there's not a lot of McDonald's. There's not a lot of anything. It's just farmers. Farmers. Sawyer Brown, John Deere country. And whether it's the polar vortex or the Canadian Army, does Canada have an army? They got the RMPs, right? The Royal Mounted. Canada could just invade the Dakotas and take them and hold them for like a month before Washington, D.C. would become aware, before Biden would, wait a minute, Canada's invaded the Dakotas? When did that happen? There's also areas of Texas don't have a lot of McDonald's. Idaho, look how much of Idaho does not have a McDonald's. Yeah, I just thought it was interesting. On that related note of what kind of food you might find in the United States. This look at the pizza map I find is very accurate. American pizza everywhere in yellow, every state in yellow would indicate bad pizza. That's about right. Any New Yorker will tell you there's only one place to get good pizza, and that's in New York. And you see pretty good pizza in, I guess that's New Jersey, right? What's in blue? Yeah. And then the whole rest of the country is bad pizza, including Chicago. Chicago's got a very small part of Chicago you can see something they call pizza, but is really not pizza. That whole deep dish thing. The only good pizza is in New York. Everybody else is pretending. I agree. What about you? You folks on the Facebooks, when we check the comments, anytime you want to join the conversation or leave a text comment, we, of course, have a studio line, and we'll share that with you right here. 307-999-TALK, 307-999-TALK, 8255. Shoot us a text. Tell us where you've got good pizza. Tell us where you think we should go. Be gentle. Capable. Okay, we see some people chiming in about where to get IDs. Yeah, we covered that. I figured it out. There is a place to get a state-issued ID, and it's WYDOT. Same place you get your driver's license, only it's not a driver's license. It's just a state-issued ID. Got it. Get it. Let's do rodeo report. Let's check in with Will Rasmussen. And, we've already started. As soon as Las Vegas ends, as soon as the NFR ends, and we wrap up the 24 rodeo season, we get right back at it. And there are rodeos going on now. And time to get into the 2025 rodeo swing as all our cowboys and cowgirl contestants start making money and making points towards NFR 2025. Rodeo season underway, and the Western Ag Network has it covered for you.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Happy New Year from all of us at the Western Ag Network. Today, a conversation with the Cowboy Channel host, Ty McClary, who hosted the pre-show and the post-show at the National Finals Rodeo. Today, we're going to discuss his co-hosts and his partners, Joe Beaver, Luke Branquino, Tim O'Connell, and others. That conversation coming up.
Hi, this is Chandler Gould, National Association of Wheat Growers CEO. The 2025 Commodity Classic is headed to Denver, Colorado in March, and I'd like to personally invite you to join fellow wheat growers in America's largest farmer-led, farmer-focused agriculture and education experience. Not to mention, it's the closest it's ever been to your farm, making it even easier to attend. Register by January 15th for the best rates. Visit commodityclassic.com. Join us today in Denver, March 2nd through the 5th.
Ranchers, calving is one of the most important times on your ranch. So give yourself a little peace of mind and let Western Ranch Supply be your calving headquarters. Hi, this is Shane. From calf sleds and calf warmers to colostrum, electrolyte solutions, and milk replacer. After all, profitability starts with a live calf. We also have the largest selection of ear tags at the best prices around. Western Ranch Supply, your calving supply headquarters. 7305 Entryway Drive in Billings or online at westernranchsupply.com.
We had him on the Cowboy Channel a little bit during the 4th of July this year for the week of the 4th. He helped us a little bit and brought some great insight with some rodeos, St. Paul and some of those rodeos that were going on over the 4th. He knew where all the bareback riders was headed. He knew the horses they were getting on at whatever rodeos were coming up in the next couple of days. And we threw that into a couple of pre-shows leading up to some of those 4th of July rodeos. And, man, he was just phenomenal. And what you're speaking of, Will, is exactly right. To get their insight on, so sure, I can talk about the NFR and talk about the rodeo performance or maybe even some of those 4th of July rodeos like I was talking about with Tim, but to actually get that insight from those guys that have been there, done that, knows what's coming, knows what to expect, that is just phenomenal. And whether you go on down the line talking about Joe Bean or Luke Branquino or Donnie Gay or anybody, to find out that kind of insight and knowing what they know and what to expect and what those contestants are expecting in that upcoming event, I think that's just amazing and what makes that broadcast just top-notch above everything.
The Cowboy Channel's Ty McClary. Did you know he was a movie star before his Cowboy Channel appearances? We'll talk about that in future shows. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Yeah, back to it, 8:22 this morning, and I wanted to go off reservation momentarily, talk about this story that is not a Cowboy State Daily story. I just thought it was interesting. I'm not a huge starstruck person that's starstruck by celebrities. If I met a celebrity or ran into one, I wouldn't ask for their autograph or anything. You know, I recognize we're all just regular people. I'm a celebrity, big-time celebrity, but I don't have a big head about it. So, therefore, when I meet other celebrities, I don't get starstruck over it. But I am interested to learn, like, the real people behind celebrities we know. So, when I see, if you see an actor, for instance, on a late-night talk show, sometimes you get an idea of, like, are they a good person or not a good person? Or would they be somebody I'd be friends with or not? You know, it's when they finally have their guard down, they're not acting, and you get to see who might be real or not real. But one good way to tell about celebrities and who they really are is how well they tip. And I love when I see stories like this about former or current waiters, bartenders, etc., who talk about celebrities who were allegedly horrible to wait on and others who were amazing, that tip well, treated them well. How you treat your server and tip your server says so much about you. We can cut right to the chase with a lot of things. You can explain who you are. I can go interview all your friends, but just give me one server that's waited on you in a restaurant, and I got a good indication of who you might be. Let's explore some of these stories, beginning with, in no particular order in this story, the Golden State Warrior basketball team. Oh, heaven forbid you have to wait on these guys. The host of this group negotiated ahead of time regarding the gratuity. They promised the restaurant, look, we're the Golden State Warriors. We're a big basketball team, and we're going to take care of you. Don't worry. We're going to make it all good. We're going to make it all right. Well, apparently, the Golden State Warriors totally trashed the restaurant. They were incredibly obnoxious, according to staff, and left a 5% tip. Mm-hmm. How about Drake? You know Drake, the rapper. Do you think Drake's good or bad at tipping? Do you think he treats people good or bad? Well, turns out pretty good. According to the wait staff, said Drake likes to stay hours after closing time, but he compensated us well. We all left at 1 a.m. We normally get off work at the restaurant at 10, but Drake kept us working late till 1 in the morning, but he took care of us. So that's good to know. How about Paul Rudd? Paul Rudd is fun to be around, according to one staffer who worked at a unnamed 4-star Michelin restaurant that they called very stuffy and boring and soul-crushing. The restaurant was. And they said Paul Rudd came in one night bringing a battery-operated children's karaoke machine and proceeded to make the evening one of the most entertaining shifts this person has ever worked. Oh, that's cool. Rainn Wilson from The Office plays Dwight in The Office. Anybody fans of The Office TV show? Rainn Wilson, who plays Dwight, Not a horror story here. Rain apparently came into a restaurant with his family. They gave him the private terrace. They left him alone, and he tipped really, really well. Marco Rubio. Who's Marco? He's a politician, right? Marco Rubio, according to more than one server, said he never looks up from his phone and tips 0 to 5%. Most servers these days, they say, refuse to serve him. Oh, boy. How about 50 Cent, the rapper? You think he's a good to his people or not? 50 Cent was nice to this server. He requested a back corner booth, just wanted to be left alone, and tipped well. Tipped $100 on a $40 bill. Okay. Now you're talking. How about Dick Cheney? Do you think Dick Cheney is good to his servers? Tips well? Nope. Dick Cheney tips like crap. And the word used here was not crap. Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry was super nice. Very demanding. Made a lot of changes and wanted a lot of stuff. Is very demanding, but took care of everybody and was super nice. Selena Gomez, one time Justin Bieber squeeze and a famous singer, Selena Gomez. She said she tipped well and was very nice. Tipped 20% and was super nice to the staff. Tucker Carlson, how about him? Tips 8%, according to servers. Not too good. That's a little bit under. Michael Bublé, the singer. Oh, I could have guessed this, honestly. Bublé, I like Michael Bublé's music, but I could see how he could be a, quote, self-centered prick who yells at the staff and tries to use his name to justify his behavior. Do you know who I am? Michael Bublé is quoted as saying often when he's out of the restaurant. Not nice. Baltimore Ravens football team. The Baltimore Ravens football team and their wives and significant others, according to this server, destroyed the section of the restaurant that they were served in and tipped absolutely nothing. Everyone who waited on them was pissed. According to this story, this is all coming from a reputable website. How about Mark Zuckerberg? He's got money to tip, that's for sure. Zuckerberg and his wife sat in the corner facing away from everyone, so diners in the restaurant could not identify him, but the server knew who he was. And apparently he tipped exactly 20% as if his AI brain was programmed to do so. So, okay. He tipped pretty good. Sally Ann, is that you?
It is me.
All right.
It is me.
I'm just finishing up this story on celebrities who tip well at restaurants. Kenny G. You know Kenny G plays the, whatever that clarinet thing is. Apparently he's not nice to servers. He tried to speak French at a French restaurant and didn't do it very well and tipped less than 15%. Okay.
Oh my God. I hate.
But you just never know.
Bad tipping is. I mean, come on. Even if the food is poor, even if the wait time was too long, it's not those servers' fault, and they make like nothing. So I mean, bad tipping is bad. And I'm like, let's not pretend we're in the 1970s. Let's tip. Let's like really tip. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's tip.
I agree. I tip, and I don't tip based necessarily on service or food or, I tip based on understanding. Yeah. That's their salary. That's how they get paid. And
right.
Yeah. I try to tip well.
And I feel, and here's the other thing. if you can't afford to tip, then you shouldn't be going out to eat. That's the other thing. I mean, I know food prices are exorbitant and everybody's complaining and blah, blah, blah. And how can this steak be $50 and blah, blah, blah. Well, if you can't afford to tip, then you should stay home because tipping is as important as paying for the food in my view. So that's how I feel about tipping.
Good point. Whoops. I'm trying to put up your photo and I messed it up. I got to fix it.
But nobody wants to look at me this early in the morning anyway, trust me.
You look fine. You're just you don't fit in the frame here. Okay. Now I've got it fixed because
the story of my life, I don't fit. My clothes don't fit. Nothing.
You're not fitting in the frame.
Nothing fits.
It's because I had, well, you're following a tough act. The last time I used the photo of someone calling on the phone, it was yesterday. We had Congresswoman Harriet Hageman on. So I had to make her fit. I've now messed up you fitting, but it's all because of Harriet Hageman.
She's more important. Oh, Harriet's way more important than I am. She's doing way more good work than I do. So we'll leave that be. That's fine. Nobody wants to look at me this early in the morning.
I enjoyed your column. You talk about visiting, I think, both the cities that we just had these recent terrorist attacks in, which is crazy. I don't know that they were related, but we got the ISIS guy in New Orleans who delayed the Sugar Bowl. You've been to New Orleans, and that's a cool city. What a great cultural city.
Right. Loved it. Love it. Every time I've gone. I mean, as a little girl, I loved it, and as an adult, I loved it, and it's a fantastic. I have not been since Katrina, and I know that it has changed, significantly. I mean, the Superdome was torn down and rebuilt for one thing, but of course, when we played the Sugar Bowl, we played at old Tulane Stadium outdoors, and it was cold and blustery and rainy and an ugly day from start to finish that day, but. Then when we won the Super Bowl with the Packers, we were in the Superdome, of course, indoors. So that was nice, kind of to be indoors. And then we've had some just really wonderful trips to New Orleans, and some great family memories were made there. And it just makes me sad what happened, And I got the deja vu feeling. I mean, I got really ridiculed for this, and maybe rightfully so, but. Remember when COVID first hit and everything was canceled and football was canceled, and we didn't know till like the third week of August if we were even going to get to play. And then they said, well, you can play, but you can't have fans. And then they said, well, you can have fans, but you can't have very many fans. And then, and then like in Fort Collins, for example, there could be no fans because of their county rule. All that cancel culture stuff, when they said we're not playing the game, I just kind of got this deja vu feeling, and obviously it was the right call. I mean, obviously there was way more important things for all of those public safety people to be doing than dealing with a football game that day. But I was like, oh my gosh, we could just, football as we know it, sports as we know it, leisure as we know it can just be canceled at any time. And that just gave me a really weird feeling. I didn't write about that part, but I just thought it was kind of weird, so I was really happy to see the game played yesterday, and I was really happy to see Notre Dame win. I thought I was surprised. I did not put enough faith in the Irish apparently, but I was, and granted, Georgia didn't have their starting quarterback, but I was very surprised at how well Notre Dame played yesterday.
Yeah, Fighting Irish looked really good, even though the Talmadge kid did not play. I did see him on the sidelines in a few shots. Cody star, but yeah, Notre Dame took care of business. You're right. I had similar feelings when that bowl game got moved to Thursday. Yeah, and you see that what events can alter what we think is immovable objects. I mean, how do you move a bowl game? But but rightly so. You were down. I don't want to give away your age, but you were down there for the Sugar Bowl against LSU. So this was the 1968?
Yep.
Okay.
January 1st, 1968. I was 11. Yeah, I mean, everybody knows how old I am. It's no big secret. But I was 11, and so I was in my heyday. I mean, really. I mean, the Wyoming football players to me were like, I mean, come on. I mean, I was 11, and they were like 19 and 20, 18, 19, 20. I mean, they were my rock star heroes, you know? And so, and my, bless my dad, you know, he's like, can't you just stay in the room? I'm like, nope, I'm not, you know, I was the oldest of three. And my parents brought along my grandparents, which was brilliant because, well, you know, we all love my grandparents to death, but kind of as babysitters to wrangle us because there were a lot of events, you know, for my mom and dad to go to, being coaches on the coaching staff. And so in charge. Well, my grandparents were in charge, supposedly. So I would tell my Nana, my beloved Nana, I would say, I'm just going to go to the lobby for a while. You know, 11 years old, New Year's Eve. And I'm like, I'm just going to be in the lobby. And she's like, fine. Now, you know, I'd be on a leash and have, you know, security around me and all that. But so I would sit down there in the lobby and I'd watch all the grown-ups come and go in their fancy New Year's Eve clothes. I think my parents went to Antoine's that night, or maybe Brennan's. Anyway, so everybody was all dressed to the nines, you know, and I just, glamour was my thing, you know, and I just thought that was fantastic. And then they kind of, all the grown-ups kind of left. And so then I just started riding the elevators up and down, hoping for a glimpse of my favorite players, you know. So, I mean, it was fantastic. And the game wasn't great. I mean, we lost the game, but and it was really cold. I remember how really cold it was at the Sugar Bowl too. And it rained. It was kind of that damp, soggy cold, you know. But that was fantastic. That was my first time in New Orleans. I was 11, and so I kind of fell in love with the city then. To be really honest, we rode the cable car around town, and we went downtown, and you know, and then the really memory-filled trip though was when we went back for the Super Bowl, and once again, my mom was the travel agent for the whole family and everything. You know, Fritz paid for everything, bless his heart. And so my two kids were the only grandkids at the time, although they came in rapid succession right after that. But so my two kids were there, my husband was there, my brother and sister were both there. My sister was engaged, and just weeks away from her wedding actually, and my brother was soon to be engaged, but not officially engaged. So they were there with their others. And so, you know, mom had the whole room things figured out, and it was fantastic. And we did have to fly into Houston because New Orleans airport was so busy. And so that was a little bit of I don't know if you've ever been to Houston's airport, but it was a little bit of a challenge there. We met, the four of us, my little family met my sister and soon to be brother-in-law in Houston. And then we rented a car and drove to New Orleans. And that was, it took a lot longer than we expected, but it was a fantastic trip. And Peggy Jane decided, you know, to take the kids to Bourbon Street, probably very ill-advisedly. And I felt bad writing about that since what happened the other morning happened on Bourbon Street, but you know, it was 3:15 in the morning, and I doubt whether there were any little kids, you know, around it. I mean, there should never really be little kids on Bourbon Street, truthfully. But my mom thought it would be an experience, and it wasn't. It was an experience. So, folks will have to read the column to get all the gist of that. But again, a wonderful trip. I mean, fantastic trip. Winning the Super Bowl, of course, is the pinnacle of being in the NFL. And one of Fritz's tried and true statements that he made a lot was, you know, there have been a hell of a lot of good coaches who never even get to that game. And so to get to that game and win that game, you know, it was the pinnacle. It was just fantastic. So, and to be there with him and share that with him it was unbelievable.
That was
lots of great memories.
Super Bowl 31 that Sally Ann is talking about 29 years after the 1968 Sugar Bowl appearance, LSU versus Wyoming. I was showing, as you were talking, a little bit of the highlights from that 1968 Sugar Bowl game, and Wyoming looking pretty good, man, stopping the run for a while. So they did have TV back then, obviously. I saw the TV game. I saw the game.
They did have TV. Yes, they did have TV.
And then
of course, you know, Vegas. I always feel like Vegas is just like in Wyoming's neighborhood. I mean, everybody I've ever known in Wyoming goes to Vegas, you know, but not everybody loves Vegas, but I love Vegas. I mean, if you're like, Sally Ann, where do you want to go? I'd say Vegas. I mean, I love Vegas, and people are like, oh, that's just, you know, it's dirty and it's, you know, busy and it's crowded and it's over expensive and I love it. I love everything about it. I adore Vegas. And so we went. I've been there many, many times. I was there when I was very, very pregnant, which was not optimal in the middle of a 110-degree summer. I was there, so I've been there in all facets of my life, honestly. And then we were there for the 2004 Vegas Bowl when Joe Glenn took us and beat come from behind, beat UCLA. That was fantastic. I mean, what a night that was. But it was so cold in December. I am so stupid. I did not realize how cold it was going to be at night in December. And we nearly froze to death. And so did everyone else in the Wyoming section, even though they were, imbibing, shall I say. But the guys behind me, I'll never forget this. 3 guys from Casper wanted to burn my coat because I had a little fleece-lined jacket on. And, of course, I was dressing for fashion rather than warmth. And it was not very warm, but it was fleece-lined. And they said, hey, could we set that coat on fire and maybe get a little warmth? And I'm like, nah, no, because it's the only coat I brought. But it was that was a great trip, too. And we stayed downtown with the team, and that's the first time I've stayed downtown. We usually stayed on the Strip, and then we discovered the South Point, which is the horsey place, all the equestrian and all the rodeo and all the horse stuff happens out at South Point. And we're not horse people, but we just love South Point because it's just off the Strip, but it's far enough away to be a little bit out of the chaos. But it's got, everything you need, 7 restaurants and the whole 9. So that's our new home away from home is the South Point out there, and we just love that. So yeah, great memories of those 2 cities, and I've been so lucky in my life to travel like that. A lot on my dad's dime, and I'm not ashamed to admit that. He was, we had a great life. I've talked about that a lot, about how being in the NFL is the greatest life you could possibly imagine. And, we had a great life, and Wyoming provided us with some great memories as well. And it just makes me so sad that it happened to those 2 cities. And, I think they'll recover. I think that the incidents were, tragic, certainly, but certainly not on the scope of other things that have happened in our nation. And I just pray for our nation every night, and I pray for our soon-to-be president every night. And I don't want to think that any of this is related to the impending inauguration. And nobody has proven that it is necessarily. And I just think, we're in a scary, scary time. But as I say in the bottom of my column, everybody has a choice. You can sit home and be nervous, or you can just go. And I'm a goer, and so I'll just continue to go.
Yeah, if you have that trip booked to New Orleans or Las Vegas and you're second guessing it, please don't continue to go. That's when the terrorists win, when you cancel your plans. We delayed the Sugar Bowl, but we played the bowl.
Exactly.
We delayed the bowl game. So you were right about Boise State. We got to give it to you there. Suddenly
that was me cheering all by myself. The only one in the Mountain West Conference cheering, and I felt I was like, and then I saw these things on X. If you're a fan of anybody in the Mountain West, you can't be against Boise. And if you're a fan of a G5, if you're a fan of a G5 team, you have to root for Boise. And it honestly played out like I thought it was going to play out.
Yeah.
I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so. And I having said that, though, the one that is the worst outcome for me personally is I cannot believe how good Ohio State looked. I mean, I was
man,
oh my God, what the heck? I mean, I honestly cannot see anybody even coming close to them, but we'll see. I mean, we'll see. Stranger things have happened, but man, they looked unbelievable. They just looked unbelievable. Oregon just looked like
and I think
Oregon looked like they didn't come out of the locker room. I mean,
that was not their day.
Shocked.
Well, Ohio State, the best thing that could have happened to them is those 2 early season losses, because they just doubled down after that and became ferocious. It did a lot for them. Yeah, they looked really, really good. Genti, I saw a lot of people saying, this Heisman Heisman Trophy hopeful, Genty, looked a lot different against a team that wasn't a community college. They're making reference. He hasn't really played anybody, and he was up against the defense.
Yeah, I saw that. And, and they did reference that a couple times that, his competition during the season just wasn't very good. And, and you kind of got to cringe, as a Mountain West school, you kind of got to cringe when they say that. But, the statistics bear that out. I mean, you can't be mad at the truth, and so we got a lot of work to do in a lot of areas, and we're every day, every minute, we're falling farther and farther behind. So last night I was barely watching the Duke game. I was barely conscious by that time, but they got some quarterback for $8 million in NIL money. Did you happen to notice that?
Yeah.
Duke.
Yep.
And I was like, $8 million? What? To me, that's just, I guess I'm just old, but I'm just like, I cannot fathom paying a kid $8 million to go to college. I just cannot fathom. What have we become? It's just kind of weird.
Yeah.
Weird to think about. Yeah.
It gets worse and worse. We've talked about the things that we think are ruining college football, and that's folks declaring for the transfer portal that then won't play in a bowl game, folks declaring early for the draft that won't play in a bowl game, or players just saying, I don't want to play in the bowl game. I don't want to potentially get hurt. And now we have, we're paying players for NIL money, and now we're waving money at players like, come here and we'll pay you this.
$8 million.
Wow.
I can't even.
I know it.
I was just like,
hey, what do you know?
I know Duke has. Go ahead.
What do you know of this Kirkwood kid, this Golden Gopher running back? He's been at Dakota for the last couple of years. He's now going to be the running backs coach for Wyoming. You know anything about?
I don't know. No, I don't know a thing. And I just think it's just bizarre to me that the two schools switched, coaches. Gordie Howe, who I adore, and who is the longest vestige assistant, came with Craig in 2014. He was the last one to have come with Craig in 2014. And, he went to North Dakota, and then we took the guy who had been at North Dakota. And that just seems very strange to me. I don't really understand. And North Dakota is not, I think there was a lot of misunderstanding yesterday, and people just kind of assumed that it was North Dakota State, and it's not, of course. And so, of the 4 Dakota schools, North Dakota is the one that is really struggling, and they're not a very successful program, and they're not nearly on the caliber of North Dakota State and South Dakota State and Montana State and all them. So they've got a lot of work to do. And I really, really love Gordie Howe, and I'm really sad to see him go. And I don't know anything about this new guy. So we'll just have to welcome him and trust that Jay knows what he's doing. He's worked with him before. So we'll just have to trust that he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, during Sawvell's time with the Minnesota Golden Gophers, this guy was a standout running back. Donnell Kirkwood Jr. spent the last 2 years at North Dakota. Is now going to be the running backs coach for UW football. We'll see. Cowgirls got a win over the Aggies, 73-53. Yeah. They moved to 7-6 overall, 1-0 in conference. And the Cowboys, the boys basketball team, lost to Boise State, came up short in that one. They play on Saturday, by the way, against Air Force.
Right. So now this is this brutal part of the schedule, Tuesday, Saturday, Tuesday. That's tricky. It's not as hard when you're not in class, but it's not, conference scheduling in the Mountain West is not for the weak. Let me just say that it's a gauntlet, and the gauntlet has started. So we'll see. You just gotta, you gotta love the way they're improving, and you gotta love the way that, it seemed like we were right there. Like we had the game in our grasp against Boise, and we came up just short. And you'd rather have that happen than be blown out, So if we can just keep improving, that's all you can hope for with a brand new squad, I think.
Yeah, I think so. They're playing sunny basketball, and it's going to get better. You watch. They're showing every indication that this could be a team that nobody wants to play when we get to March.
Exactly.
All right, Sally Ann, awesome. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too. Talk to you Monday. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Sally Ann Shermer joining the show, Cowboy State Daily, and talking about her latest article. Check that out, concerning the 2 terrorist attacks in New Orleans and Las Vegas, 2 cities that Sally Ann has visited in the past, football related, and hates to think that terrorists could hijack our cities, hijack them away from us, as in, don't change your travel plans. Don't stay at home and say it's too dangerous to go out. That's when terrorists win. Sally Ann Shermer says, get out there and do what you're going to do as an American and just be a little more vigilant. Cowboy basketball tomorrow against Air Force, as we said, and a new running backs coach for the Pokes. In the football realm of things, we'll get an idea what Donnell Kirkwood Jr. can bring to the running game next year. These stories and more, and we'll be right back after a quick break, and I'll hit one more Cowboy State Daily story before the top of the hour. You're enjoying the Cowboys?
Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
This story from Mark Hines in the Cowboy State Daily about the epic battle between 2 deer bucks is kind of symbolic of the battle that's going on between the 2 species of deer, the native mule deer in Wyoming and the whitetail deer, which is more prevalent back east and in the Midwest. And an interesting story that begins with these 2 bucks that were separated. Let me share this photo with you. This deer fight happened in South Dakota, but it could very well be, Wyoming, South Dakota, bordering Wyoming to the east. It's not clear in the story or from the photo whether these bucks survived, but they were separated. You can see them just locked antlers, which does happen a lot. And you got the whitetail against the mule deer, but it's symbolic of what's going on in the Cowboy State, where our native mule deer, who I think are considered a little more fragile, and the whitetail a little more robust. So if you were talking about which deer population is doing better in Wyoming, there's obviously way more mule deer than there are whitetail in Wyoming, but those numbers are changing every day, every week, as whitetail are just kind of taking over. In this story from Mark Hines, he interviews Wyoming State Senator Ogden Driscoll, who lives up there in the Devil's Tower area, And he said on his property, he said, I got maybe 50 whitetails on my property. The mule deer are coming back, and they're a welcome sight because, for one thing, they do way less crop damage, according to Driscoll, whose family ranch is right there next to Devil's Tower National Monument. But he said these whitetail, Driscoll said, are like a weed. Once they take hold, they have twins and triplets, and they just take over an area. That's certainly got wildlife game managers concerned. The mule deer population has taken some hits in recent years. It's down for sure. And meanwhile, the whitetail deer their numbers seem to be heading up. Mark Hines has more on the story.
A video recently filmed in South Dakota of a mule deer and whitetail buck that fought until they fell over in complete exhaustion encapsulates a region-wide conflict between the species. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that in the bigger picture, whitetails seem to be winning the war.
I talked to Ogden Driscoll. They have that family ranch that's right up against Devil's Tower. And that is really kind of ground zero where we're seeing the clash and the competition between whitetail deer and mule deer. He says, yeah, it's really pretty darn rare for the bucks to clash like that, but the two species do fiercely compete, and it's almost always the mule deer that come out on the losing end. Whitetail are smaller, but they're more aggressive and they're more adaptable.
People reportedly separated the two deer who stumbled away. It's unclear if the animals survived the blowout.
Yeah, good story from Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily outdoor reporter on the fight between these two particular bucks in South Dakota and just the fight in Wyoming over which species is going to be the winner here, or can both survive. I know mule deer, there was a winter going back a few winters ago that was really tough on mule deer. Disease has hit the mule deer population in Wyoming pretty hard. Meanwhile, the whitetail seem to be a little bit more hardy and their numbers less affected by weather and disease. But Game and Fish definitely trying to figure out how to navigate this new world where the native mule deer are being kind of outplaced by whitetail deer. Mark Hines has more on that story if you want to go read it in the Cowboy State Daily. As we move to the top of the hour, it's time for local news with our own Riley Strand in for Wendy Core, and we'll be back with more Cowboy State Daily stories in the 9 o'clock hour, including a live visit from Leo Wolfson to talk about his stories. Right now, it's time for Riley Strand and news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, January 3rd. I'm Riley Strand, in for Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily newsroom. Brought to you by the Cowboy State Daily radio show with Jake. Listen every morning from 6 to 10 a.m. on CowboyStateDaily.com. And soon will be broadcast on your local radio station. Laramie County's top prosecutor said Thursday she won't pursue charges against the Cheyenne Police Department officers who shot and killed a man who took his wife hostage. In March 2024, 47-year-old Patrick Flores reportedly fired at Cheyenne police officers during a tense standoff. The officers fired back, fatally wounding Flores. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that upon reviewing the investigation into the police, the Laramie County District Attorney deemed the officers' response fitting.
On Tuesday, they released their report of this incident stemming back to last March. To me, it's exhaustive. They interviewed neighbors. They interviewed the wife and the cops, the landlady, everyone. What stood out to me the most is that the wife who was taken hostage describes just before police show up, her husband has her pinned on the bed and he fires next to her head and the bullet goes into the mattress, and she said the black stuff covered me and I smelled it and I heard it. And then in the next breath she says that more than that, she was heartbroken.
During an investigation interview, the man's wife said she believed if the police hadn't arrived, he would have killed her that night. President Joe Biden gave Liz Cheney the Presidential Citizens Medal on Thursday, the second highest civilian honor, sparking criticism from Wyoming Republicans, including Senator John Barrasso, who said she didn't deserve the award. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports Barrasso's comments are significant since he had stayed relatively neutral on Cheney since she started speaking out against Trump. Until now.
He kind of kept a neutral stance there for about 4 years now, just kind of not really commenting in any direction on anything she did until now. He called her divisive and not a true representation of Wyoming. He believed that either Biden was going to pardon her or he was going to give her an award, as he did on Thursday. Cheney has pretty much gone the opposite direction of Barrasso, kind of opposing Trump and kind of moving away from the main support of the Republican Party and Wyoming voters, while Barrasso has really moved towards Trump.
Biden awarded Cheney for her role as the vice chair of the U.S. House Select Committee on the January 6th attack. Photographer Dave Bell of Pinedale, Wyoming, captured the stunning reds and greens of a rare New Year's Eve aurora over the Cowboy State. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that this might be a sign that 2025 could be even better than last year for auroras.
2024 was a stellar year for auroras in Wyoming, and that's because the sun reached its solar maximum when it has the most amount of sunspots on the surface, which generate these coronal mass ejections, which manifest as auroras in the northern and southern hemisphere. So not only could that mean that 2025 could be just as good as 2024 in terms of seeing auroras in the night skies of Wyoming, it could actually be better. There's a good possibility that we're going to have another terrific year of auroras in the night skies of Wyoming as we get into 2025.
Auroras can last from a few minutes to several hours. The intensity depends on many factors, including the strength of the coronal mass ejection and one's distance from the North Pole. Requiring photo identification to vote in Wyoming could alienate a large number of the state's older voters who don't drive or have state-issued IDs. That's according to the Wyoming AARP. That could happen under legislation Secretary of State Chuck Gray is advocating for that would require photo identification for all voters. Gray is pushing for the legislation as part of his larger efforts to tighten voting requirements and help prevent non-residents and undocumented people from voting in Wyoming elections.
Currently, there is a few forms of ID, like Medicaid and Medicare cards, that are accepted as a form of identification of voting that don't have a photo that come with them. Gray finds this very disturbing, and he wants to take care of it as an effort to basically try to weed out voter impersonation. Wyoming AARP, however, pointed out that many senior citizens don't have a form of ID because it's been many years since they've driven a vehicle.
A University of Wyoming poll conducted this summer revealed that 92% of residents are satisfied with Wyoming's current voter ID laws. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
There's a little break in the weather across Wyoming today. The constant series of Pacific fronts that have brought frequent snow to Wyoming's mountains and a few snow showers to the plains. Well, there's a little bit of high pressure coming in, but it's temporary. As early as late tonight and tomorrow morning, snow showers will return to Wyoming's western mountains and valleys. And then Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, and Sunday morning, both the mountains and parts of the plains will see snow. Is this a big storm? No. But there will be enough snow late Saturday, overnight Saturday, and the Sunday morning that roads and highways and mountain passes statewide could be affected by some slick conditions. And also expect temperatures to be trending colder, especially by Sunday and into the early parts of next week.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
Open enrollment is here. Discover a range of low-cost plans from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Shop now to find the best option for you. Online, in town, in touch. We're right around the corner. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. What's your plan?
A video recently filmed in South Dakota of a mule deer and whitetail buck that fought until they fell over in complete exhaustion encapsulates a region-wide conflict between the species. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that in the bigger picture, whitetails seem to be winning the war.
I talked to Ogden Driscoll. They have that family ranch that's right up against Devil's Tower. And that is really kind of ground zero where we're seeing the clash and the competition between white-tailed deer and mule deer. He says, yeah, it really pretty darn rare for the bucks to clash like that, but the two species do fiercely compete, and it's almost always the mule deer that come out on the losing end. Whitetail are smaller, but they're more aggressive and they're more adaptable.
People reportedly separated the two deer who stumbled away. It's unclear if the animals survived the blowout. Last weekend, Wyoming police caught two men bringing vehicles through the state with fake license plates. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the two men involved each face one felony count of bearing false vehicle titles, which is punishable by up to 2 years in prison and $5,000 in fines.
It could mean a variety of things. It could mean my temp tag's expired, I want to get by a little longer. Could mean I'm smuggling vehicles. Like, it could mean anything that we don't yet know. But as it is just the blunt allegation of this is a false title, Indiana doesn't recognize this title, that in itself, regardless of what the reason for having a false title allegedly, is charged as a felony.
According to court documents, police think the two cases are connected and that a mobile printer is being used to print out false license plates on the road. And that's today's news. For a deeper dive into the people and issues that affect Wyoming, check out The Roundup, conversations with the most interesting people in the Cowboy State. This week, host Wendy Core has a conversation with Dr. Hudson Freeze, whose scientific studies in the 1960s at Yellowstone National Park's thermal pools revolutionized biomedical research. You can find the link on our website, on our YouTube channel, and wherever you get your podcasts. And of course, you'll find it in our free daily email newsletter. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Riley Strand for Cowboy State Daily.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Continues.
9:09 on this fine day Friday, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Renee Jean going back a couple of years for this story, well, about a year and a half. Just to pull it out as a rerun, I guess. That old ripped couch at Buffalo's Occidental Hotel. Why do they keep this couch around? Why do they not throw it away or fix it? Here is a photograph of the old couch. I thought this is pretty neat. I've been to the Occidental Hotel, famous hotel in Buffalo, Wyoming, and upstairs in their library, which is a really cool library. Here's the library, by the way. A lot of great old books. And you see the couch there in the background, this old ripped up couch. And why don't they fix it? Well, they don't fix it because it was once owned by President Herbert Hoover. That's how far back this thing goes. And allegedly, Herbert Hoover, when he... The reason the couch is more ripped up than maybe the age would indicate is because Hoover had in his pockets fish hooks. Hoover, it turns out, was an avid fisherman. He often had hooks and fishing lures in his pockets. And when he sat down on the couch, it would often like tear it up as he got up and up and down on the couch. Amber Manning explained to Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean in this story from September 2023. It's been ripped and not reupholstered like other ones because it was actually owned by President Hoover himself. And Amber Manning is a tour guide for the hotel, local historian. She helps run the Occidental's hotel's restaurant called the Virginian on weekends. And that's the reason why you can find this old, torn up, ratty couch in the Occidental Here is another photo of that cool library upstairs in the Occidental. This is old historic hotel. It's fantastic. A lot of cool books. A lot of cool history in this hotel in general. But I did not know, and I've seen that couch, and maybe I wondered to myself, why do they keep that ripped up couch up here? Why don't they fix that thing or get rid of it? Well, that's why. President Herbert Hoover once owned that couch, sat in that couch, and now you can find it in the Occidental. If you're ever in the Buffalo area, stop by and check out Herbert Hoover, President Hoover's couch. Let's see. We got Leo should be joining us. He's got a few stories in the news. And Secretary of State Chuck Gray just emailed, and he wants to come on the show, talk about this voter ID thing. We're going to talk about that story with Leo, that and others. But let's start right away with, the voter ID story as we go into the Zoom room. That's Leo right there. Leo, what's going on?
How you doing, Jake?
I'm good. Good to see you. The voter ID, that's you, right?
That's me.
Yeah, we're just talking about that. Of course, I think Secretary of State Chuck Gray heard us talking about it this morning. I'm sure he's read your story, and he's he's the guy who's really leading the charge in Wyoming to make sure the votes are, the elections are secure and they're done with transparency and they're done right. And one of the things is photo ID. You should have to produce a photo of yourself. But I didn't think about this. Maybe we should have. Wyoming AARP said, hey, a lot of seniors in the state don't have driver's licenses. They may not have photo IDs. Would they be shut out here? Is that not? That might be trouble.
Yeah, that's kind of the essence of what they're concerned about, is that a lot of these people who live in nursing homes or just haven't driven for many years don't have a need or have a driver's license anymore just because they're not driving. And a lot of these people, believe it or not, don't have photo identification, official photo identification. I'm sure they have photos of themselves somewhere perhaps, but that doesn't count. And you need that official photo ID with most of these forms of identification to vote. Wyoming law allows for a Medicaid or Medicare card to be used when voting as a form of identification. Neither of those have a individual's photo on it, and I think that's the crux of Secretary Gray's concern, is the use of those. I don't think he necessarily thinks that senior citizens are, illegally voting. I think his concern is that people could use these as a form of impersonation to illegally vote, is what he says. So his main concern is kind of alleviating that. And he pointed to the fact that the state offers free IDs to anyone who wants one, who's, of course, a legal resident. And I think he sees that as the kind of the avenue of solution for these people who might not have photo IDs. But I think there are questions that could be asked about how easy is it for someone in one of these nursing homes to obtain one of those free IDs anyway. And although it's not a large contingency of people probably by any means that don't have these photo IDs, there still is some people, and that's still some group of people whose votes could be disenfranchised. So I think both parties have kind of some legitimate arguments that they could lie on.
Hopefully we all meet in the middle and we can figure that out. Let's move to the story regarding U.S. Senator John Barrasso. For the last 4 years, I didn't recognize this and I didn't realize this, but it's one of those things like you didn't notice because it didn't happen, that Barrasso has not been particularly critical of Liz Cheney, which is saying something because of late, John Barrasso is certainly spending a lot of FaceTime with President-elect Donald Trump. Those two were hanging out at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania. They seem like they're kind of tight. And when you got Liz Cheney, who was probably on the top of the hit list for Donald Trump, I'm surprised that Senator Barrasso has not rallied to that cause. He's been kind of neutral, but that changed this week.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. It's not one of those things that people that, the general public would probably easily notice. And even I probably didn't think of much about it. But I just kind of knew in the back of my head that he's never really spoken out against Liz Cheney, certainly not in the way that U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman has quite freely since beating her in the 2022 election. But that all changed on Thursday when President Joe Biden awarded Liz Cheney the President Civilians Award as the second highest honor a president can bestow on anyone. And Barrasso called it out, and he said that Liz Cheney is divisive and she's not representative of Wyoming. And it was just more stunning because, Barrasso is usually kind of a feel-good guy. Just altogether, he doesn't usually necessarily, go after almost anyone besides Biden, really. And this was interesting to see that he kind of lumped Cheney in with her for the first time. He'd been kind of neutral on her this entire time. He supported her re-election campaign as late as 2021, but then by 2022, the next summer, he was kind of backing off of that and said she had a lot of work to do if she wanted to win. So, it's just interesting to see that, Barrasso has really kind of drifted towards President-elect Donald Trump over the last year or so, which I'm sure is in kind of correlation to his run for majority whip, the number 2 position in the Senate, which he was endorsed by Trump for, and he got it. So there's certainly a tightening of that relationship, and obviously Trump does not like Cheney for her efforts speaking out against him and his attempts to overturn the 2020 election. So it's just kind of an interesting weave, but I think the crux of all this is that, these two were former colleagues. These two, were in the same delegation together, and this is a small delegation. Wyoming has 3 members of its delegation. Other states like California have like more than 15. So it's tight, and they're really communicating a lot between each other on a lot of different efforts. They deal with the same problems. They're representing the same state. They deal with the same constituents. And to him to kind of go back on that and really just kind of go after her in this manner, unprompted, if mind you as well, it's very interesting.
Yeah, you would assume there is some kind of bond there. They probably carpooled from Wyoming to Washington, D.C. on one of the many trips. But yeah, it is interesting. Now, do you think this president, I don't know what the Presidential Citizens Medal, like how prestigious it is or who has gotten one in the past, but do you think this is in lieu of what could be a pardon, or could a pardon still be? We saw the pardon retroactive going backwards on Hunter Biden, and then there's speculation there could be one moving forward on anything that might come up for Liz Cheney. Could we still see that?
Good question, and no one knows the exact answer. Maybe not even Biden himself.
Yeah.
The thing is, some people have been speculating that this would kind of cancel that out. They see this as kind of being this instead of that. I don't know if there's any evidence of that. I think the pardon could still theoretically happen, and an argument can be made that this makes it more likely too. It's just impossible to say till we know, until January 20th when Biden leaves office. But Liz Cheney has said that she's not interested in getting a preemptive pardon. She believes she's done nothing wrong. There's been a lot of speculation about that, as Trump has said that she and other members of the January 6th committee should be jailed for looking into his efforts to overturn the election, and more specifically his connection to the January 6th Capitol riot. Liz Cheney has really argued this whole time that they were just doing a normal investigation as part of a congressional hearing, and then any congressional operations kind of have a protection that comes with them, which is kind of interesting. So we'll see. We don't know. I don't know if it necessarily says in either direction whether he'll pardon her or not.
2 stories with a byline Leo Wolfson that came out on New Year's Day to start 2025, both concerning Wyoming water. One, who gets to use it? The other, who gets to swim in it? State Rep Andrew Byron Jackson proposing House Bill 45 that would remove otters from state protection. Andrew Byron may be very close to this issue because he does a lot of fly fishing, I know. And he says because he's out there, he watches these. He's like, there's plenty of otters. I love otters, but there's enough that we could maybe consider management, which means hunting. And then you managed to find somebody, I think, from the university that said they're not necessarily back as a species, yet the northern river otter. First, explain the difference between federal protection and they're under state protection, though.
Yep, that's exactly it. So they are not federally protected. They are not on the Endangered Species Act or anything like that. So this is a state level protection that went into effect in 1953. Wyoming at that time, like many other Western Rocky Mountain states, really noticed that their otter populations were just completely decimated for the most part. This was due to hunting and trapping and also just kind of habitat degradation as well. So just it was. I don't think anyone argues that the otters, like the grizzly bears, at one point in time were in a really bad state, and that these protections did need to go into play. But just like the grizzly bears, many people are also arguing that they are fully recovered. But yeah, Marav Ben David, who's one of the leading otter experts at the University of Wyoming, said they are not recovered in the perception that Representative Byron might have. They do appear to have a fairly strong population, perhaps in kind of the areas that Byron does a lot of his fishing there in Teton and Lincoln counties. But outside of that, they don't have much of an otter population and anywhere else in the Wyoming to speak of. I personally saw a river otter myself, actually. In the North Fork of Cody, outside Yellowstone. It was one of the coolest wildlife sightings I've ever had personally. And I've been told by Marav Ben David that I was actually very lucky. There's not many otters in that area at all. And her studies show that there's really, the population density of these otters is about, 30 to 40 or about one otter per every kilometer to two kilometers, and about 30 to 40 total in the Green River Basin. So their numbers are kind of limited; they're kind of condensed. But Byron said he doesn't necessarily want to hunt them. He just wants to kind of get it down to a level where people don't feel like their private ponds are being raided by these otters, these hungry otters.
Yeah, which, if you're a fly fisherman, you've got skin in the game, so to speak, when you're talking about otters, and they eat what you're going after, what you're angling after. They're after trout as well. So yeah, it'd be interesting. I know there's a particular, I think it's called Otter Creek in Yellowstone, that I would go by pretty frequently. And I remember seeing otters and seeing them, floating on their back, and they're eating the fish on their stomach, and they're so cute. And I don't seem to see more of them. In fact, it sort of feels like I see less of them, but it depends who you ask and where you are, and whether there's lots of otters or not lots of otters.
It's kind of all context. Like you were saying, like you see 4 otters in a pond, you think, oh, they're doing great.
Yeah.
That might be the only pond in like 50 miles where they exist. And it's worth noting that they've always been around in Yellowstone, and that's kind of a federally protected type deal in Yellowstone. So the state does not manage anything inside of Yellowstone, and that's where they kind of remained in 1953. But Ben David pointed out to me that those Yellowstone otters have kind of had to rely on Yellowstone Lake and some of the other lakes around that area. And they really thrive more in river settings. And that's kind of what really stunted their population growth all those years from really exploding back, was the fact that they are kind of living in like a less than ideal habitat circumstance during that time.
The Sinclair refinery, we've all passed that on Interstate 80, especially at night when it's lit. It looks like a city unto itself. Sinclair Refinery's hungry for water as part of its natural operations. And when we're in drought years, where they get that water, they've used some temporary emergency measures to get water, but that's not going to work in the long term. And, other people want water too. There's lawsuit, there's litigation going on. What's happening with that in Carbon County?
Yeah, this situation is really a mess, so I'll try to explain it as best I possibly can. Long story short, Sinclair wants to be able to use more water on dry years. Basically, on particularly dry years, their water usage gets really cut off in preference for the Pathfinder Reservoir, which has a higher priority than the refinery as far as water access. And what Sinclair has done is they've kind of been playing some chess. Let's call it what it is. In 2022, they bought a ranch way up on the Encampment River, which is way up in high country Carbon County, and they bought this ranch. for the water rights. And the Encampment River basically flows into the North Platte River, which is their main source of water. So what they are arguing and trying to do now is they're basically trying to do a kind of a trade-off where the ranch will forego taking water rights that it has during these dry years, and in return, they want to get the water for the refinery farther downstream that they have foregone upstream, if that makes sense. So they're basically trying to kind of wheel and deal so that they can still have full water usage during these really dry years, which in the West has become more and more prevalent over the last few decades. That's a fact. So basically, a lot of these Carbon County ranchers are not happy with this proposal. They have some deep concerns that this is going to lead to some negative effects downstream for their ranches, and they just don't think that the refinery should be able to take full water usage during these really dry years. They're very concerned about it, and they feel that the state engineer should not be the one in charge of approving this proposal. They think it's the Board of Control that should be doing so. So they're filing appeal. These ranchers filed an appeal against the state engineer's office, which will be heard in the next few months. It's a very interesting thing. It's kind of a testament to, like I said, a lot of these drought seasons are having some really downstream type effects on a lot of different people, and players maybe that you might not even expect to be affected by drought are being significantly affected. So yeah, that's what's going on.
That's super sneaky by Sinclair. I mean, kudos to them and their lawyers for figuring out that little nuance, working the gray area. That's what lawyers do. But this is more than just affecting, a ranch downstream of that's all of a sudden say, hey, who cut off the water? This is may be precedent in how what Wyoming considers who owns water. Wyoming does it differently than other states. How is water treated in Wyoming that's different, and why might this tweak that?
Great question, Jake. So a Wyoming water law, the historical precedent on it really shows that water rights are usually maintained to the property that they pertain to. Sinclair, this decision basically kind of a little bit subverts that, in that it's basically saying, yeah, you could do some sort of weird trade-off where you could actually kind of access this water if you give up water somewhere else. It's kind of a peculiar decision. I'm not necessarily saying it's the wrong one. And, like I said, the state engineer has already approved this. So this is an appeal. And the engineer basically said, yeah, this is fair game. This is a water exchange of sorts that you can do. So it's an interesting deal. But yeah, typically, historically, the water rights stay with the property they pertain to.
Yeah, so safe to say a lot of eyes are going to be on this outside of Carbon County, watching how the state reacts, how this plays out. Very interesting.
Yep.
Cool, Leo. I appreciate your stories. Have a super weekend.
You too, Jake. Thanks a lot.
All right, buddy. Leo Wolfson with Cowboy State Daily. A bunch of interesting stories. Got those two that appeared on January 1st concerning otters, concerning the Sinclair refinery and their creative use of water. And then today's stories, U.S. Senator John Barrasso, for probably the first time, has been outspoken against Liz Cheney when it seems everybody else has already. I mean, join the list, Senator Barrasso. He didn't care for that Presidential Citizens Medal that President Joe Biden bestowed upon Liz Cheney. He said she didn't deserve that, and she doesn't deserve a pardon if that's in the future as well. And what else did Leo have? We just talked to him. Oh, yeah, the photo ID situation. Secretary of State Chuck Gray, that's been really important to him. Election integrity and voter ID, photo ID. What happens, Wyoming AARP says, when, we have senior citizens that no longer drive, they don't have a driver's license, they don't have perhaps as easy an access to a photo ID as some other folks do. That might be an issue moving forward to the next election. I'm barely getting over the last one. I'm not ready to look ahead for the next election yet. Those stories from Leo Wolfson, you can find them in the Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a check on Don Day's weather forecast, and we'll be back with more on the Cowboy State Daily morning show after this weather.
Welcome to Friday. The third day of January 2025. It's a new year, and finally, it's a new weather pattern. It seemed like we had to get ourselves into the new year before things would finally change, and they finally are, not only in the West, but across most of the USA. Over the next 7 to 10 days, there's going to be a lot of winter weather, despite the fact there's a little bit of a break in the weather occurring today. However, as we get into the weekend, we're going to have a Pacific wave come in, another one. This will bring significant snow to the mountains, and we're going to see light to moderate snows spread across the lower elevations of parts of the central and northern Rockies. That same storm that's coming through this weekend is going to be the one you're probably already hearing about on the news. That's going to draw a swath of heavy snow and a lot of freezing rain across a large stretch of the United States to our east. That'll be causing a real mess. Behind the system, it's going to drag in a lot of very cold Canadian air from the east slopes of the Rockies to the east coast, all the way to the Gulf Coast. Much colder air will overspread the nation behind this system. So there's going to be a lot of winter weather, not only in the coming week, but we see in the longer term as well. Snow starting to add up, especially in Wyoming's western valleys. Of course, the upper Green River Basin, one of the colder places around, and with all that snow cover, like the shot here in Eden, and like this shot up here in Pinedale, there's a lot of snow on the ground, and that really leads to very cold nights, cold days, especially when you get the cold air trapped in the valleys. Great shot of the mare's tails there. And another shot out of the Lake of the Woods in Minnesota. The ice getting thicker, more widespread on lakes and reservoirs across the region. Here's the next Pacific wave. This seems like the same satellite photo every day for really the past week, because almost every day I'm showing you a wave hitting the Pacific Northwest coast. And here comes another one. But we have this little sliver of high pressure overhead today, so we'll have a little bit of decent weather. But even up here in northwestern Wyoming, along the Montana-Wyoming border, across Idaho, you're going to have some snow showers developing today. But for this region right here, generally going to have a fair day. But this Pacific wave will come in, and it will bring a lot of weather. The yellow, the purples, the blue colors, the pink colors here, showing where we're going to have winter weather. Now, expect purple to probably fill into a large area, probably here or even further out east as we get further into the weekend. But these are the current winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories. But do expect more to show up here later on. Here is this large swath of the path of the storm coming late this weekend and into next week. And that's going to be producing a lot of wintry weather there. This system is going to be causing havoc along roads, highways, and interstates through this part of the country. Big lake effect snows coming in this weekend. So here we have the low coming on in. Here's our little high. Here's a lot of very cold air sitting up in Canada. By Sunday morning, this wave is in western Kansas, heading eastbound. Along this track, we're going to have Gulf of Mexico moisture and warm, mild air getting pushed up over very cold Canadian air coming in on the backside of these low pressure systems. And the collision there is going to be producing all the weather. And then the flow behind the low, cold air will spill into the Rockies, especially Saturday night and into Sunday on the backside of the system. So this is a recipe for kind of a big mess. If you want to travel really anywhere in the United States this weekend into Monday and Tuesday and next week, please check where you're going and what the weather forecast is going to be doing, because whether you're in the air or on the ground, you're going to have some problems. The precipitation path here is from this Pacific wave. This is through Sunday late afternoon. So you can see from the Pacific Northwest through Montana, northern and western Wyoming here, and across many areas of Idaho, you're going to have a pretty good swath of snow, rain in the lowest elevations in the areas west of the divide. And then we'll talk about this area of heavier precipitation here in a moment. But you can see there's a lot of this region right here that's going to get light to moderate snow. This is not a big snowstorm by any means, but this area right here, late Saturday through Sunday, is going to be icy, snowy, and much, much colder, with the heavier snow in the darker colors. So let's translate this to snow. So you can see very heavy snow in central and eastern Kansas, southern Nebraska points east. We'll show this further east here in a moment. This arch along in just north of I-90 going to affect travel up here this weekend, with the heavier snows up there along the better moisture and the collision of cold air. But you can see another big snowmaker for the mountains. Avalanche dangers will continue to be high. This is just another pattern that's really good for the mountain ranges of the West. Now we're finally getting snow coming out into the plains. Nebraska, you're finally going to be snow covered for the first time this winter, really from county to county, border to border. Then behind this system for Monday, that cold air continues to pour in. We'll have a lot of active weather along here. High pressure is building along the West Coast, which is going to drive cold Canadian air into the U.S. along and east of the Continental Divide. Just a lot of wintry weather. Let's take a look between now and Tuesday. Total snowfall between now and Tuesday looks like this. And here is that 1,500-mile swath of heavy snow along and north of that line there from Kansas to Washington, D.C. This is going to be a mess. Very heavy snow. A lot of areas could exceed 10, 12 inches or more along this path in the brighter colors. Very heavy lake effect snows. Very cold Canadian air comes in on the backside of it. Now, I mentioned warm, moist Gulf of Mexico air coming up ahead of the system. Well, you can imagine there's going to be a boundary between where it's raining and where it's snowing. And you know what that means? A huge swath of freezing rain. So we've got heavy snow along that boundary. We have a wide swath of significant freezing rain from Kansas through Missouri, through Kentucky, parts of Tennessee, into Virginia there, maybe Washington, D.C. So this is going to be the biggest winter storm over a large area that we've seen here in a while. There's the cold air that comes in on the backside. This is by Tuesday noon. By Tuesday noon, from the Rockies to the west to the areas along the East Coast, all the way to the Gulf Coast, boy, it's going to be frigid and much, much colder. Texas, you're going to be cold all the way down into the south part of Florida, well below average temperatures. So this is going to be a pattern and kind of a cycle we may see repeat several times over the next several weeks with these outbreaks of cold coming out of Canada. By late next week, this is a week from today, we kind of have a similar configuration. We have a high pressure on the West Coast. More Pacific waves come up over the ridge and down, pulling in Canadian air. This low back here over the southwestern United States is going to be producing weather in the southwestern United States finally, but also pushing moisture up over the cold air. So this is a recipe for the next couple of weeks, maybe the next 3, of a lot of winter weather across the nation. So the devil will be in the details, and we'll sort that out more for you as we get into early next week, because there'll be a lot to talk about. So over the next week, total precipitation looks like this. See this down into New Mexico, even southern areas of Arizona. You might finally get some precipitation again. You can see heavy moisture here along the Gulf Coast. So this is a recipe for a lot of winter. We'll have more for you on Monday. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, 9:40, 20 in front of the hour. Finally Friday on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. And just learning from our friend Keith that we're sad to pass along news that Frank Peasley passed away today. Frank Peasley was an attorney in Douglas over the past 5 decades, a legislator in Converse County, and according to Keith Gingrey of Teton County, one of the funniest people he's ever known. Incredibly kind man. His son Scott has been a district court judge for a long time, big part of Douglas and Converse County. Passing along the sad information that Frank Peasley has died today. Frank Peasley, born December 16th, 1943. So we're thinking of you, Frank, and his family. This story from Jen Coker in the Cowboy State Daily appeared first on January 28th. It concerns an informant. Jen has had this embedded fellow who goes by the name Sebastian, not his real name. Sebastian has to go under a pseudonym because of the nature of his undercover work. But Sebastian and his wife have made it pretty much their life's calling at this point for no compensation to just work when they can on busting up and infiltrating these cartel-run sex trafficking networks. Sebastian and his wife have been successful. There's been success stories where they were able to save sex trafficked minors in particular, and there's been some stories where they were not able to save someone, and it's tough. It's got to be difficult to do that, to see what they see and do what they do, but we're certainly happy for what Sebastian has been able to accomplish. Mostly in Mexico, his efforts focus on gathering intel in the United States. He works with law enforcement in Iowa, Nevada, California, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Ohio, Kentucky. He's been caught by cartels. He's been tortured. He's been in trouble, for what he does. He works on the inside lines, obviously. And Sebastian will tell you there's trafficking everywhere, including Wyoming. The numbers are pretty startling. The story from Jen Coker. Jen was not able to join us this week. I was hoping she could share her insight on this, but we do have the story. Daring, dangerous undercover operations bust up cartel-run sex trafficking. This story appeared December 28th. Sebastian, who was born in Mexico, speaks fluent Spanish and English, is able to navigate Mexico like few of us can, and he has saved probably to date, by his count, more than 200 women and children as part of his team and his efforts under the New Hope Foundation International flag, is how he does anti-trafficking, anti-human trafficking nonprofit based in Las Vegas. And in the story, Sebastian recalls one case where he helped free women who were being trafficked throughout Mexico, bars and restaurants in East Coast cities. This operation was a kind of a Mexican mini family cartel. The father was handling sales. The mother and daughter took care of logistics like smuggling. And the son's job, meanwhile, was to find the women, groom them, and then get them pregnant in Mexico before moving them to America, where he then sold them into sex trafficking, using the threat that they would kill their baby if they didn't comply. This is how seriously twisted and disturbing things have gotten, where these women no longer care for their own lives. To threaten these women born in Mexico, to threaten their life, saying, well, we're going to sex traffic you, we're going to sell you out for sex, and if you don't comply, we'll kill you. The women don't even care about that threat. They don't care about that. They care so little of their own lives at this point that that's not enough of a threat to get them to do their bidding. They get these women pregnant and then threaten to kill their baby. They turn these women's maternal instincts against them, and that's how they get these ladies to comply with the sex trafficking. It's disturbing, and thankfully, Jen Coker has this relationship with Sebastian. He trusts Jen, and he's been able to share what he can share with the Cowboy State Daily and these stories, and we're so glad to have it. And I was interested also in the tail end of this story to learn that, I wonder, what does a guy like Sebastian do in his downtime? What does he do to relax? Because this part of his life has got to create a lot of anxiety. The work is grueling, Sebastian admitted. And he said he and his wife have had to scale back efforts in the last few years due to the mental health issues. But he says what he does to clear his mind is he's a YouTube farmer. And I did not know what that was. I had to look it up, or I had to learn more about it. But Sebastian joked, he said, I'm a YouTube farmer or a YouTube rancher. It's my ritual. It relaxes me at night. And so what he does is he follows some of these YouTube channels. One of his favorites is Our Wyoming Life. And it's about a ranching family in Gillette who basically, they put a GoPro in their cowboy hat and they just take you through their everyday life. Like, here's what we do. We're going out to feed the goats. We're going to go build this fence. One of the cows is pregnant. And they just invite you into their life, Our Wyoming Life, a ranching family in Gillette. So that's how Sebastian spends his downtime. He also watches another one called Just a Few Acres Farm in upstate New York. Yeah, he's a YouTube rancher. I didn't know there was such a thing, but you could follow these ranching and farming lives of others, live virtually through them on the interwebs. That's pretty cool. But cooler still is what Sebastian and his wife are doing to combat human sex trafficking, especially of minors. And it's, that whole sick industry is alive and well. 1 out of 3 sex trafficking cases reported in the U.S. last year involved victims under 18 years old. And a lot of it happening deriving from Mexico, where Sebastian does most of his work. So thank you, Sebastian and wife, for the work you do and the efforts you do. Thanks, Jen, for sharing that story with us in the Cowboy State Daily. We'll take a quick break, come back and recap Friday's stories right after the...
with Jake.
Stories we've been covering this morning, this Friday in the Cowboy State Daily online news is prosecutor clears Cheyenne cops who killed a man. Confrontation stemming back to an incident in March. A man took his wife hostage, fired shots very near his wife, threatened to kill his wife, and also fired shots at law enforcement. In the end, this man was shot dead by Cheyenne Police Department officers, most of it playing out on body cam video. We have that for you on the internet. If you want to watch that, Patrick Flores, 47-year-old, March 8th, 2024, Cheyenne Townhouse. Cops were called. The wife would tell them later, if you didn't show up, I'm sure he would have killed me. Laramie County District Attorney Sylvia Hackle reviewed DCI's gathered evidence, DCI interviewed everybody, the wife, landlord, friends, co-workers, everything they saw in the video footage. And Sylvia Hackle said she sees no reason to pursue any kind of charges. The Cheyenne Police Department acted accordingly, and there wasn't any options left when this Patrick Flores produced the firearm, had already shot, pointed it at officers, shot at officers. So, yeah, there's going to be no case stemming from this. U.S. Senator John Barrasso, Leo Wilson told us, has ended his 4-year silence basically on Liz Cheney. He's not been critical at all of Liz Cheney, what it seems everybody else has. But Senator John Barrasso has changed his tune this week when Cheney received an award from Joe Biden, and that was all U.S. Senator John Barrasso could take. The Presidential Citizens Medal bestowed upon Liz Cheney by President Joe Biden this week. And the quote from Barrasso was, President Biden was either going to pardon Liz Cheney or give her an award, and she doesn't deserve either. She represents partisanship and divisiveness, not Wyoming. Quote from Barrasso, as told to Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wilson. Of course, Cheney was Wyoming's congresswoman from 2017 to 2021. She was one of 20 awarded this Presidential Citizens Medal in a ceremony Thursday afternoon at the White House. Now, will she still receive any kind of pardon for her role in the on the committee, chairing the committee that looked into the Capitol riots? That's what's got her. That is among many reasons why she's on President-elect Trump's naughty list, quite honestly. And until this time, Senator Barrasso has really not joined the long line of folks speaking out against Liz Cheney, but he did this week. And Leo Wilson was right there to capture the quotes and give us the story. Claire McFarland writes that Wyoming Highway Patrol is seeing more and more instances of this. Truckers that are faking documents, printing their own license plates, and otherwise on the road when they probably shouldn't be. They found at least 2 Russian truck drivers, 21-year-old Georgy Kubezov, and 30-year-old Albek Bagov, each facing felony counts of bearing false vehicle titles. Court docs allege that when they were pulled over, they had Indiana registrations and license plates that didn't match up with anything. It turns out it was all allegedly fabricated. These 2 incidents occurred on December 27th and December 29th. They were unrelated, although authorities believe they were both part of what is some kind of effort to maybe the same trucking company or some kind of effort to dupe authorities. Both men spoke through a Russian interpreter. Wyoming Highway Patrol says, yeah, the documents did not match up. They suspect that the incidents may be related. In one of the cases, one of the Russian truck drivers using counterfeit registrations and printed license plates, do-it-yourself printed license plates. One of those drivers was pulled over and found that he had a trailer tire that was completely flat, 0 PSI air pressure. The other had 12 pounds of air pressure when the recommended for the tire is 105. So, yeah, driving with a flat tire, that's a misdemeanor in Wyoming. Good job by Wyoming state troopers to make sure our roads are safe and make sure people at least have proper licenses and documentation. These stories and many more, part of the stories we covered this morning on this Friday. Big thanks to our guests this morning. Don Day, of course. Andrew Rossi popped in. Sally Ann Shermer talked about her experiences in Las Vegas and New Orleans, attending Super Bowls, college bowls, and how she hopes that the American public does not let recent terrorist activity prevent people from going out and doing what they want to do in these cities and others. Leo Wilson popped in this last hour as well with his stories. We covered it all this morning. Laramie County prosecutor sees no wrongdoing in cops gunning down the man who took his wife hostage back in March. U.S. Senator John Barrasso breaks his silence on Liz Cheney. A potential pardon or an award from Biden? She doesn't deserve either, Barrasso says. AARP says Chuck Gray's plans for photo IDs would bar some seniors from voting. Goats make short work of discarded Christmas trees. 2025 starts off with a Borealis bang. And it's mule deer versus white-tailed deer, literally locked in mortal combat to the death. Mark Hines had that story. Thanks so much for making us a part of your weekday routine here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Have a fantastic weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State